In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
Nigeria finds itself at a pivotal moment. A nation of nearly 220 million people, rich in human potential, natural resources, and cultural diversity. Nigeria is simultaneously confronted with an array of security challenges that have deep historical roots and contemporary complexity. From the harsh insurgency that has persisted in the northeast for over a decade to the sprawling banditry networks across the northwest, from recurrent header-farmer clashes in the Middle Belt to rampant kidnap for ransom syndicates and urban criminality. Insecurity today manifests not as isolated events, but as an interlinked ecosystem of violence and instability. These phenomena do more than threaten lives. They fracture social trust, impede economic growth, depress investment, and erode the foundational legitimacy of the state. In environments marked by distrust and fragmentation, dialogue emerges not as an optional luxury but a strategic imperative, a mechanism for understanding grievances, bridging divides, and constructing mutually accepted pathways toward peace and progress. Indeed, scholars of conflict resolution affirm that sustainable security is seldom achieved by force alone. It demands conversation, negotiation, and inclusive engagement across societal fault lines. Nigeria's own post-conflict history offers instructive precedent. Following the devastating civil war of the late 1960s, the approach known as "no victor, no vanquished" was more than a slogan. It was a commitment to national reconciliation. Government leaders, community representatives, and civil society actors engaged in dialogue that helped diffuse lingering bitterness and chart a course toward reintegration and rebuilding. Similarly, global practice reinforces the centrality of dialogue. In conflict zones from Northern Ireland to South Africa, negotiated engagement between hardline actors and governments ultimately outlasted militarized approaches. These examples illustrate a foundational principle. Dialogue humanizes the other and transforms entrenched antagonisms into space for shared problem solving. In the Nigerian context, dialogue must operate at multiple levels: local, state, and national, each tailored to the specificity of its environment. At the grassroots, structures like traditional council forums, community peace committees, and youth roundtables serve as critical platforms where grievances can be heard and understood. For example, in parts of Plateau and Kaduna states, facilitated dialogues between herders and farmers have reduced violent confrontations over land and grazing assets by identifying consensus on resource management and corporate forms of engagement. These forums help transform relationships of suspicion into dialogues of accountability and shared interest. At state and national levels, concerted efforts are needed to institutionalize dialogue mechanisms within governance architecture. This means establishing offices or councils dedicated to peace building, conflict management, and stakeholder engagement with clear mandates, independent oversight, and sustainable funding. By creating structured channels for communication between communities, security agencies, traditional leaders, and civil society, the state can move beyond ad hoc responses and toward proactive governance. Dialogue must not be restricted to reactive negotiations in moments of crisis. It should inform policy design and implementation. For example, if a policy on grazing reserves is developed without the voices of pastoral communities, farmers, and state governments, it risks exclusionary outcomes that fuel resentment. Genuine dialogue ensures representation, especially of women, youth, and marginalized groups whose experiences with insecurity are often distinct yet underrepresented in formal decision-making spaces. Recognizing the value of dialogue is one step, operationalizing it is another. To ensure that dialogue is transformative rather than performative, several practical measures should be prioritized. Conversations must be paired with tangible socio-economic investments, such as rural job creation, skill development programs, microfinance assets, and community infrastructure, which address the underlying conditions that often give rise to insecurity. Digital platforms can democratize engagement, enabling citizens, especially in remote areas, to participate in consultations, report security concerns in real time, and access information. Technology also expands the reach of peace education campaigns that reinforce values of tolerance and civic responsibility. Efforts to mainstream peace building into school curricula, community organizations, and media narratives help cultivate a culture of nonviolence and mutual respect. These educational foundations strengthen the long-term resilience of societies against polarization and conflict. Professional training for dialogue facilitators, negotiators, and conflict analysts enhances the quality and credibility of engagement processes. Skilled mediators are equipped to manage tensions, navigate entrenched positions, and sustain momentum toward constructive outcomes. Nigeria's security challenges are either sudden or isolated. They are the product of historical marginalization, governance deficits, competition over resources, economic insecurity, and weakened societal contrast. Addressing these complex realities demand a response that is equally nuanced and collaborative. Dialogue offers a means of confronting not just the symptoms of insecurity, but these root causes. As the nation contends with these present trials, the urgency of inclusive conversation cannot be overstated. In bridging divides, building trust, and co-creating solutions, dialogue becomes not only a pathway from violence to peace, but a foundation for progress. A secure, peaceful, and prosperous Nigeria is not a distant aspiration. It is a collective project achieved through the persistent work of engagement, understanding, and shared purpose.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The Easter night, Holy Saturday. From the Last Supper, Christ goes into hiding. In the church, every church is dead. No Mass is celebrated on Good Friday. No Mass is celebrated as such on Holy Saturday. The only Mass that will be celebrated on Saturday will be the Mass of the Resurrection. That Christ has stayed in the grave for 3 days, but is now rising. He has defeated ills, defeated wickedness, defeated all forms of human limitations, so to say. Then we have the resurrection. The resurrection by the Easter Vigil, and the falling of our first fathers, the betrayal by Judas Iscariot, his main persecution, all these things are false. But that gave rise to our eternal hope, the resurrection. That is the Holy Week for you. A very, very solemn week. A very, very sacred week for all Christians. It's a week that nobody should rather, should in any way hurt the other. What should be expressed is love, love, love all the time. A very reflective week because it teaches us the very essence of our being. Suffering, pain, struggle, then rise. Never give up. That is what the Holy Week teaches us. Never give up, even in the worst situation.
Easter is a time that we need to introspect into the very essence of the season. The season is a season of salvation. We must seek Jesus now to be saved. If you believe in Jesus, the Bible said, if you believe in him, you will be saved. For there is no other way, no other name given among men whereby we can be saved except Jesus. Number two, in relation to our fellow human beings, please live in love. It is out of love that he came to die for us. He came to die our death. He took our punishment and died our death that we may live. So let us learn also to serve one another in love and to ensure that we live peaceably with people. And all these vices that Jesus died for, please let us eschew them and walk in holiness in this season. May the Lord bless you, and may you continue to enjoy many more Easter celebrations. Happy Easter, Nigerians. God bless you.
There's no other religious leader anywhere, without mentioning any, that had been dead and resurrected, and that's why Jesus is significant. And when we say that Christ is the only way, it's not just a matter of talking. It's not a way of speaking. It is the reality. He is the Son of God. He is God himself, died, raised again from the dead so that we can have life. Those of us who believe in him, though we are dead, we shall live again. The hope of eternal life is because of the resurrection. And that is significant and unique to Christianity.
Easter is not just a church celebration. It is a revival call. It is God announcing. Let me shock you. It's God announcing to everybody what was dead can come alive again. This is a time to rededicate your life, rededicate your family, rededicate your business, rededicate your church. It's a time to ask for renewal of what appears to have been lost or dead.
My message to our people is to first understand what the celebration is all about. The celebration is the death and resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. The celebration is the cross mark of what brought about Christianity, because without Christ dying on the cross and bringing salvation and resurrecting, there won't be anything like Christianity. So my message is for our people to keep hope alive, to continue to believe in the country Nigeria, to continue to pray for the leaders, from the presidency to the governors, to the local government chairman, down to the councillors, even to our traditional rulers, all that have found themselves in the position of authority. For whatever decision they take, one way or the other affects every one of us. So we continue to pray for them, continue to trust God, that as he has resurrected Christ from death, so shall Nigeria and our economy and our hope be resurrected.
My message to the Christians as we celebrate the Easter, the whole world, is peace, love that we expect from every Christians. As Christ died for us, we should try and emulate the peaceful nature of Christ. He gave us a platform to live with one another, to stop killing, because killings are too much in Nigeria. Those are involved in killings, the peaceful Christians should desist from that. We implore everyone to live with one another because we are one before God.
The message is God is our refuge. He is our hope. And because he has conquered death, I want to assure you, don't be discouraged. Remain faithful. And if you say you are a Christian, live like one. The challenge we have today is people mouth Christianity, nothing to show for it. You are a child of God, live like one. God will never fail you.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast. Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Glad to have you join us. Headlines. Channels TV anchor Shewun Okimbaloye says he will not be intimidated amid exchange with FCT minister. Lagos state government evacuates over 230 students from University of Jos following security concerns. On the foreign scene, Pope Leo calls for global ceasefire in Eastern message at the Vatican. On business, President Tinubu approves 3.3 trillion naira plan to address power sector liabilities. Now the news in details. Channels television anchor Shewun Okimbaloye has declared he is not afraid of the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Mr. Nyesom Wike, following a controversial remark by the minister. Mr. Wike had earlier stated that he would have broken his TV screen and shot the journalist over comments warning that a one-party system could undermine Nigeria's democracy. The statement has drawn widespread criticism, including from Amnesty International, which described the remark as reckless and inappropriate for a public office holder. Responding on Sunday, Okimbaloye reaffirmed his position, stressing that violent rhetoric has no place in a democratic society and warning against any political trend that weakens electoral plurality. In the meantime, the office of the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has moved to clarify controversial remarks attributed to the minister during a recent media engagement, in which he was quoted as saying he would have shot Channels television anchor Shewun Okimbaloye. In a statement, the minister's senior special assistant on public communication and social media, Mr. Lere Olayinka, said the comment has been misinterpreted, stressing that it was not a literal threat nor an expression of intent to cause harm. Mr. Olayinka explained that the remark was made in the course of a media parley in Abuja and was directed at what the minister described as the journalist on-air presentation, adding that it was an exaggerated expression meant to convey displeasure rather than violence. He further announced that both the minister and the journalist have since spoken by telephone, noting that the conversation helped to clarify the context of the statement, which he maintained was hyperbolic and not intended to incite or suggest any form of physical attack. President Bola Tinubu is reviewing high tariffs affecting Nigeria's media industry, following concerns raised by stakeholders. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Alhaji Mohammed Idris, confirmed that the president is assessing submissions made after a high-level meeting with media proprietors in Abuja. The review focuses on reducing costs associated with newspaper production and broadcasting materials, with a final decision expected soon to ease operational challenges in the sector. Meanwhile, the president is also addressing national security concerns and regional cooperation efforts while urging the media to strengthen its watchdog role across all tiers of government. Governor Diko Umaru Rada of Katsina State has ordered increased security deployment of Sayaya village in Matazu local government area following a deadly bandit attack. The assailants targeted a police station, killing one officer before vandalizing a primary health care center and looting several businesses within the community. During an on-the-spot assessment, the governor commiserated with affected families and security personnel while commending the efforts of officers who responded to the incident. He directed immediate reinforcement of security presence in the area, reaffirming his administration's commitment to safeguarding lives and property amid ongoing security challenges. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has approved the evacuation of over 230 Lagos indigenes studying at the University of Jos due to worsening security conditions in Plateau State. The students were transported under a secured arrangement following the suspension of academic activities linked to rising violence in the area. Commissioner for Tertiary Education, Tolani Sule, confirmed that the students underwent medical and psychological checks upon arrival before reuniting with their families. The state government assured parents of continued monitoring of the situation and reiterated its commitment to the safety of Lagos students nationwide. Residents of Omogo community in Ifolodun local government area of Kwara State have called for urgent government intervention following its abduction of 8 members of the Evangelical Church Winning All. The victims were reportedly kidnapped during a church activity with the abductors demanding a ransom of 500 million naira. President of the Omogo Development Union, Thompson Oladimeji, described the situation as traumatic, noting that fear has disrupted daily life in the community. Residents are urging authorities to deploy adequate security measures, warning that continued inaction could further embolden criminal activities in the area. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NAD, has declared an indefinite nationwide strike scheduled to commence on April 7, 2026. The decision follows an emergency meeting by the association, citing the federal government's move to withdraw the revised professional allowance table agreed upon after previous negotiations. NAD President Dr. Shuaibu Ibrahim described the action as a breach of trust and stated that doctors have been left with no alternative. The strike is expected to significantly disrupt services in public hospitals nationwide, raising concerns over access to healthcare. Governor Peter Mbah of Enugu State has extended Easter greetings to Christians, urging unity and peaceful coexistence across Nigeria. He described Easter as a symbol of hope, sacrifice, and renewal, emphasizing the importance of sustaining the virtues observed during the Lenten season. The governor called on citizens to embrace tolerance, mutual respect, and national cohesion, stressing that Nigeria's strength lies in its diversity. He further urged Nigerians to uphold values of integrity, selflessness, and diligence in building a just and prosperous society. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Channel's television anchor Seun Okinbaloye says he will not be intimidated following exchange with FCT minister. Lagos State government evacuates over 230 students from University of Jos following security concerns. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, Pope Leo calls for global ceasefire in Easter message at the Vatican. On business, President Tinubu approves 3.3 trillion naira plan to address power sector liabilities. We'll be right back shortly.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back. President Donald Trump has issued a deadline to Iran over the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, warning of possible military action if the strategic waterway remains closed. In a series of statements, the U.S. leader threatened targeted strikes on critical infrastructure, including power facilities and transport networks, while also indicating that diplomatic engagement remains under consideration. The development follows a U.S. military operation that successfully rescued a downed American airman from Iranian territory after his aircraft was brought down during hostilities. Meanwhile, tensions have escalated across the region, with reported retaliatory strikes and ongoing international mediation efforts aimed at preventing further deterioration of security in the Middle East. The Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation has reported the interception of a large number of drones allegedly launched by Ukrainian forces in coordinated attacks on key regions. According to officials, the strikes disrupted power supply across parts of eastern Ukraine under Russian control, leaving hundreds of thousands of residents temporarily without electricity. Authorities also confirmed damage to infrastructure in strategic locations, including port facilities and residential areas, with emergency services deployed to affected zones. The incident underscores an intensification of aerial operations in the conflict, with both sides continuing to target critical infrastructure amid ongoing hostilities. Pope Leo has called for an immediate end to global conflicts, urging world leaders to prioritize dialogue and peaceful resolution. Delivering his Easter message at the Vatican, the pontiff appealed for restraint, stressing the need to protect human lives and uphold the values of compassion and reconciliation. He noted that continued violence undermines global stability and called on parties involved in conflicts to return to negotiation tables in pursuit of lasting peace. The Vatican reaffirmed its commitment to diplomatic engagement, positioning the Holy See as a moral voice, advocating de-escalation across conflict zones. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved a 3.3 trillion naira payment plan to address long-standing liabilities in Nigeria's power sector. The approval, announced by Special Advisor on Information and Strategy Bayo Nanuga, follows a comprehensive review of debts accumulated over a 10-year period. Government sources indicate that agreements have been reached with several power generation companies, with partial payments already made to support operational stability. The initiative is expected to enhance electricity supply, improve liquidity in the sector, and boost investor confidence in Nigeria's energy market. Former Minister of Finance Kemi Adeosun has outlined measures that led to the discovery of thousands of irregular entries into the federal payroll system. Speaking at the policy dialogue in Lagos, she explained that the integration of the bank verification number system enabled the identification and removal of duplicate and invalid salary records. She emphasized that institutional accountability mechanisms, including verification by senior civil service officials, were critical in sustaining the reforms. Participants at the forum, including Tunde Bakare, highlighted the importance of technology-driven governance and called for legislative backing to institutionalize such reforms. Enugu State has emerged overall winner of the third National Para Games held at the Moshood Abiola National Stadium. The state secured the top position on the medal table with a leading number of gold medals, outperforming other participating states at the competition. Bayelsa State finished in second position, followed by Edo State, while Rivers State and Lagos State completed the top 5 standings. Organizers described the event as a success, noting increased participation and improved performance across multiple parasports disciplines nationwide. Still in sports, Nigerian sprinter Rosemary Chukwume has recorded a strong start to her outdoor season with victory in the women's 100 meters at a meet in Louisiana, United States. She finished ahead of compatriot Favour Ofili and Canada's Audrey Leduc in a closely contested race. Officials noted that while her finishing time was impressive, it was recorded under wind-assisted conditions and will not count as an official personal best. The performance reinforces her competitive form ahead of major international competitions later in the season. Now in entertainment, Nigerian auto dealer Ikechukwu Ogbonna and media personality Blessing Okoro have deactivated their social media account amid ongoing public controversy. The development follows scrutiny of claims made by the influencer regarding a medical condition which has generated widespread public debate and reactions. Media reports indicate that the situation has attracted attention from stakeholders, with concerns raised over the authenticity of certain disclosures. Observers note that the withdrawal from social media may be a response to mounting public pressure as discussions around the matter continue. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, a recap of our top stories. Channel's television anchor Sheun Okinbaloye has declared that he remains unshaken and will not be intimidated following a public exchange with the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Mr. Nyesom Wike, over comments relating to Nigeria's democratic system. The minister has reportedly made controversial remarks suggesting that he would have reacted violently to the journalist's opinion, a statement that has since generated widespread public criticisms. The Lagos state government has successfully evacuated more than 230 indigenes of the state who are students of the University of Jos. The evacuation followed rising security concerns in Plateau State, prompting swift intervention by state authorities to ensure the safe return of the students to Lagos, where they have been received by government officials and their families. On the foreign scene, His Holiness Pope Leo has called for an immediate global ceasefire in his Easter message delivered at the Vatican. The pontiff urged world leaders to embrace dialogue and peaceful resolution of conflicts, stressing the urgent need to end violence across regions, experiencing escalating tensions and humanitarian crisis. In the business and economic sector, President Bola Tinubu has approved a 3.3 trillion naira payment plan aimed at addressing long-standing liabilities in Nigeria's power sector. According to the presidency, the initiative is designed to stabilize electricity supply, improve investor confidence, and resolve legacy debts owed to power generation companies, with implementation already underway. That's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico, and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media, because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
In a nation defined by diversity and potential, the question remains, what kind of leadership will guide Nigeria into the future? Across government, business, media and civil society, one principle has emerged as non-negotiable ethical leadership: Globally, leaders like Germany's Angela Merkel and New Zealand's Jacinda Ardern demonstrate that integrity and empathy are more than virtues. They are instruments of trust and stability. Merkel's pragmatic management of economic crisis and Ardern's compassionate yet decisive responses to national emergencies highlight the value of principled governance. Nigeria's lesson is clear: citizens, fellow leaders who are consistent, transparent, and accountable. In the private sector, ethical leadership drives success. Companies like Patagonia, with its environmental stewardship, and Microsoft, committed to data privacy, prove that profits and integrity can coexist. Nigerian businesses can learn from these models, prioritizing transparency, fair employee treatment, and community engagement to strengthen both the economy and public confidence. Religious and civic institutions also hold enormous influence. In Sweden, faith-based organizations collaborate with governments on social welfare while respecting secular governance. In Nigeria, religious leaders can guide communities through ethical engagement, promoting peace, civic responsibility, and financial transparency. The media serves as the nation's ethical compass, from Watergate in the United States to anti-corruption investigations in South Korea. Responsible journalism exposes abuse of power and strengthens accountability. Nigerian media, by upholding truth and resisting political pressures, can elevate public discourse and encourage ethical governance. Youth and civil society movements around the world illustrate the power of principled activism. Evidence-based campaigns in Kenya, climate initiative in Europe, and grassroots civic actions globally show that organized engagement reinforces accountability. In Nigeria, young people and NGOs can champion ethical leadership through advocacy, civic education, and constructive participation. The path forward is practical and systemic. Transparent public finance, digitized services, whistleblower protections, merit-based appointments, and civic education are all critical. Ethical leadership must be embedded in institutions, daily operations, and individual conduct. When leaders govern with integrity, businesses act responsibly, institutions foster unity, and citizens uphold civic duty, Nigeria's potential becomes tangible. Ethical leadership is not just a moral ideal, it is a strategic roadmap to progress, cohesion, and sustainable development.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The Easter night, Holy Saturday. From the Last Supper, Christ goes into hiding. In the church, every church is dead. No Mass is celebrated on Good Friday. No Mass is celebrated as such on Holy Saturday. The only Mass that will be celebrated on Saturday will be the Mass of the Resurrection. That Christ has stayed in the grave for 3 days, but is now rising. He has defeated ills, defeated wickedness, defeated all forms of human limitation, so to say. Then we have the resurrection. The resurrection, we have the Easter Vigil, and the falling of our first fathers, the betrayal by Judas Iscariot, his main persecution, all these things are false. But that gave rise to our eternal hope, the resurrection. That is the Holy Week for you. A very, very solemn week. A very, very secret week for all Christians. It's a week that nobody should should in any way hurt the other. What should be expressed is love, love, love all the time. A very reflective week because it teaches us of the very essence of our being. Suffering, pain, struggle, then rise. Never give up. That is what the Holy Week teaches us. Never give up, even in the worst situation.
Easter is a time that we need to introspect into the very essence of the season. The season is a season of salvation. We must seek Jesus now to be saved. If you believe in Jesus, the Bible said, if you believe in him, you will be saved. For there is no other way, no other name given among men whereby we can be saved except Jesus. Number two, in relation to our fellow human beings, please live in love. It is out of love that he came to die for us. He came to die our death. He took our punishment and died our death that we may live. So let us learn also to serve one another in love and to ensure that we live peaceably with people. And all these vices that Jesus died for, please let us eschew them and walk in holiness in this season. May the Lord bless you, and may you continue to enjoy many more Easter celebrations. Happy Easter, Nigerians. God bless you.
There's no other religious leader anywhere, without mentioning any, that had been dead and resurrected, and that's why Jesus is significant. And when we say that Christ is the only way, it's not just a matter of talking. It's not a way of speaking. It is the reality. He is the Son of God. He is God himself, died, raised again from the dead so that we can have life. Those of us who believe in him, though we are dead, we shall live again. The hope of eternal life is because of the resurrection. And that is significant and unique to Christianity.
Easter is not just a church celebration. It is a revival call. It is God announcing. Let me shock you. It's God announcing to everybody what was dead can come alive again. This is a time to rededicate your life, rededicate your family, rededicate your business, rededicate your church. It's a time to ask for renewal of what appears to have been lost or dead.
My message to our people is to first understand what the celebration is all about. The celebration is the death and resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. The celebration is the cross mark of what brought about Christianity, because without Christ dying on the cross and bringing salvation and resurrecting, there won't be anything like Christianity. So my message is for our people to keep hope alive, to continue to believe in the country Nigeria, to continue to pray for the leaders, from the presidency to the governors, to the local government chairman, down to the councillors, even to our traditional rulers, all that have found themselves in the position of authority. For whatever decision they take, one way or the other affects every one of us. So we continue to pray for them, continue to trust God, that as he has resurrected Christ from death, so shall Nigeria and our economy and our hope be resurrected.
My message to the Christians as we celebrate the Easter, the whole world, is peace, love, that we expect from every Christian. As Christ died for us, we should try and emulate the peaceful nature of Christ. He gave us a platform to live with one another, to stop killing, because killings are too much in Nigeria. Those are involved in killings, the peaceful Christians should desist from that. We implore everyone to live with one another because we are one before God.
The message is God is our refuge. He is our hope. And because he has conquered death, I want to assure you, don't be discouraged. Remain faithful. And if you say you're a Christian, live like one. The challenge we have today is people mouth Christianity, nothing to show for it. You are a child of God, live like one. God will never fail you.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a nation defined by diversity and potential, the question remains, what kind of leadership will guide Nigeria into the future? Across government, business, media and civil society, one principle has emerged as non-negotiable ethical leadership. Globally, leaders like Germany's Angela Merkel and New Zealand's Jacinda Ardern demonstrate that integrity and empathy are more than virtues. They are instruments of trust and stability. Merkel's pragmatic management of economic crisis and Ardern's compassionate yet decisive responses to national emergencies highlight the value of principled governance. Nigeria's lesson is clear. Citizens, fellow leaders who are consistent, transparent and accountable. In the private sector, ethical leadership drives success. Companies like Patagonia, with its environmental stewardship, and Microsoft, committed to data privacy, prove that profits and integrity can coexist. Nigerian businesses can learn from these models, prioritizing transparency, fair employee treatment, and community engagement to strengthen both the economy and public confidence. Religious and civic institutions also hold enormous influence. In Sweden, faith-based organizations collaborate with governments on social welfare while respecting secular governance. In Nigeria, religious leaders can guide communities through ethical engagement, promoting peace, civic responsibility, and financial transparency. The media serves as the nation's ethical compass, from Watergate in the United States to anti-corruption investigations in South Korea. Responsible journalism exposes abuse of power and strengthens accountability. Nigerian media, by upholding truth and resisting political pressures, can elevate public discourse and encourage ethical governance. Youth and civil society movements around the world illustrate the power of principled activism. Evidence-based campaigns in Kenya, climate initiative in Europe, Grassroots civic actions globally show that organized engagement reinforces accountability. In Nigeria, young people and NGOs can champion ethical leadership through advocacy, civic education, and constructive participation. The path forward is practical and systemic. Transparent public finance, digitized services, whistleblower protections, merit-based appointments, and civic education are all critical. Ethical leadership must be embedded in institutions, daily operations, and individual conduct. When leaders govern with integrity, businesses act responsibly, institutions foster unity, and citizens uphold civic duty, Nigeria's potential becomes tangible. Ethical leadership is not just a moral ideal, it is a strategic roadmap to progress, cohesion, and sustainable development.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You are tuned to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and purpose, bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukwuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. They say knowledge is like a garden. If it is not cultivated, it cannot be harvested. Well, the sun is up, the coffee is hot, and we are here to make sure you don't just witness this day, you own it. Knowledge is like a garden, they say, and we are here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
It's Monday, 6th of April 2026, so it's a new and wonderful edition of Sunrise. It's a power-packed morning with the latest news, weather, business, stock update, and that Sunrise spark to help you own the day.
So, relax, grab that cup of coffee or tea, enjoy the cruise, because the sunrise is set sail.
Coming up shortly, we kick things off with our quote of the day, something thoughtful to shift your perspective and help you stay well-driven or focused.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared hot, tasty, and of course, debated.
We also give you a full weather forecast for cities across Southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out.
And later we'll wrap things up by bringing you the sports updates to keep you smiling.
Now we go over to the quote of the day. That's the inspiration segment of this Easter Monday, which says, Easter Monday reminds us that hope is alive, and every new day is a chance to rise again. It says, Easter Monday reminds us that hope is alive, that every new day is a chance to rise again. Well, from this, it carries the deeper message of renewal and resilience, showing that no matter how difficult life gets, it is never the end of the story. Just like the meaning of Easter, it teaches us that there is always a new beginning after every setback, a fresh opportunity to grow, heal, and move forward. It encourages us to see each day as another chance to become better, to leave behind yesterday's struggles and to embrace hope with confidence. No matter what you're facing, never lose hope. Yes, my name is Good Hope, because every new day is a fresh start. Your past does not define you, and every challenge you go through is shaping you into something stronger. Life will knock you down sometimes, of course, but what really matters is your ability to rise again, and let this be a reminder to keep you pushing, keep believing, and keep growing, because better days are always ahead.
All right, this morning on Sunrise, we're telling you that as Christians all over the world mark the resurrection of Christ, that we're telling you that indeed hope is alive. Yes, and every new day is a chance to rise again. So on Sunrise, we are telling you, irrespective of where you're hearing or watching from, that hope is alive. Yes, that you should rise from where you are. It doesn't matter the challenges of yesterday. It doesn't matter what you're going through. It's a bright new day, and you too can shine forth. Yes, every new day gives you a new chance to rise and shine. So, what are the challenges in your business? Or is it a workplace challenge? Or is it an academic challenge? This morning on Sunrise here on Aneke TV, we are telling you that you too can rise again. Shine forth. That's the message this morning on Sunrise. Rise, shine is a chance for you. Yes, there's no limitation, no limit to your rising, and there's no hindrance. Just free your mind as the Christians celebrate the risen Jesus who broke forth from the grave. We are telling you that you can break forth from any and every challenge and rise again.
Thank you very much for that. We go on a short break and we're right back with the weather update. Stay with us.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Let's take a look at the weather across major cities in Southeast today.
Good morning, Oka, Anambra State. The day starts warm and humid at about 25 to 27 degrees Celsius with a mix of sun and clouds. By afternoon, temperatures rise sharply to become a bit humid and hotter, bringing intense heat and a sticky atmosphere. As evening approaches, expect possible thunderstorms or sudden rain, leaving the night feeling cooler but still moist and slightly muggy.
Good morning, the core city, and welcome to Enugu. Enugu on this Easter morning experience cloudy skies. The afternoon becomes very hot, reaching to about 24 to 37 degrees Celsius, making it one of the hottest spots today. Later in the day, clouds may thicken, bringing brief thunderstorms, followed by a cooler, calmer night with fresh air after rainfall.
Good morning, Abakaliki. The day begins at around 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, but heats up quickly in the afternoon with sun and bright shining rays. As the day progresses, expect thunderstorms or isolated heavy rain, followed by a cooler night with a calm, rain-washed feel.
And good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. Owerri wakes up to 25 to 27 degrees Celsius with noticeable humidity. The afternoon climbs to 32 to 35 degrees Celsius, creating a heavy, warm feel. By late afternoon or evening, expect rain showers or thunderstorms, and the night settles into a cooler atmosphere with lingering moisture.
Good morning, Omahia. The morning feels mild and humid at about 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, gradually heating up to 32 to 34 degrees Celsius in the afternoon. Cloud buildup increases the chance of evening rain showers, and the night becomes calm, breezy in parts, and slightly wet.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, enjoy your Easter Monday. Stay safe, dress cool, do stay light, but keep an umbrella handy. And remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here today on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Welcome back. You're still on Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Now, let's take a quick look at what's making the major front page headline of the newspapers across the nation. And we're talking about Punch, Nation, Guide, The Guardian, The Daily Trust, and The Daily Sun.
Joining us this morning for in-depth analysis and the boning of these issues is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Mr. Res. Mr. Res, it's wonderful to see you this Easter Monday.
Thank you, Mr. Uche, and happy Easter.
Yes, many happy returns. And I was going to ask you, how has he been enjoying the Easter?
Well, Easter is Easter. We're happy that he is risen after all for those of us who are Christians.
Okay, and did the lights in Nigeria rise with it? Did you enjoy steady power supply?
Well, whichever way, it has been epileptic.
Well, all right. But it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you.
We go with the Nation headline, which says Tinubu okays 3.3 trillion power sector debt settlement plan. Tinubu okays 3.3 trillion power sector debt plan. Now, on the Punch headline, we have 2027 elections, political storm brews over PVC revalidation. Now we go over to the Guardian headline, which says Bloody Easter in Benue, Kaduna, despite Tinubu's pledges. Bloody Easter in Benue, Kaduna, despite Tinubu's pledges. Now on the Vanguard, we have 2027, Tinubu's ex-ministers faced tough battles in states. Tinubu's ex-ministers faced tough battles in states. Then we go back to the Daily Trust, which says funding without flow, water crisis deepens across states. Funding without flow, water crisis deepens across the states. Now we go over to the Daily Sun, which says Bloody Easter in Benue, Kaduna. Bloody Easter in Benue, Kaduna. Now we start today's deal with the Punch headline, which says 2027 elections, political storm brews over PVC revalidation. Debate and tension arising over the proposed revalidation of permanent voters card PVCs, with political actors divided on its implications, fueling uncertainty and controversy ahead of the 2027 elections. This is basically the first time we're having the coalition, we could say both the ADC and the PDP and the civil society organizations coming together to voice one thing, that this particular revalidation of PVCs are not going to work, looking at the time frame of the election. Some are suggesting that it could have been done 2 years ago, or maybe after the election, it could have just been carried on. And looking at the issues here, you're saying that it looks like from the whole alleging that the party members, I mean the ruling party, they are using this as a means to register some people who are meant to vote. And it becomes a problem because we are looking at it from a hindsight, where we are hearing from the parties, from this party and from that party and from the civil society organization, which does not belong to any political party. I mean, who are more of a neutral ground, still saying the same thing about this revalidation of PVCs, just at the neck of election. Yes.
All right, Mr. Rez, let's get right into this. It's 2027 election. Political storms brew over PVC revalidations. The parties are speaking. Here from what Good Hope is saying. The parties are speaking. Civil liberty organizations, CSOs are equally speaking against this revalidation exercise. We are quite aware that it is within the legal authority of Aneke to carry out or conduct a revalidation exercise. And in revalidation, what they try to do, as they have slated between April 13 to May 29, 2026, to carry out this exercise. And part of it is to, look at the register again, whittle out the ineligible voters, look at the diseased and remove them from the register, and then look at issues around underage votings and then multiple registration and all that. But there's been outcries, there's been concerns that this may not be achieved within the time frame, and there is equally an outcry to an orchestration of this as an intended exercise to give advantage to some political parties. Let's get your opinion on this, Mr. Reyes.
Well, whichever way, people are advancing their own logics, opinion on that issue. Revalidation is worth doing, but not within the time frame, not within this period that the polity is heated up, not within this period when the election timetable is so short that parties are scrambling to get through with all that is needed to be done to get ready for the elections. So not within this period. If they had wanted a revalidation, they would have done that last year and have an ample time for Nigerians to revalidate. But then one has to go back and still say, yes, you want to sort the voters card register and know who is there, who is not there. Well, that does not compound anything in your elections. Why it does not compound anything in your elections is those who are still alive will come out to vote. Those who are not alive, they will not be seen. So, and these cards are called permanent voters card. These cards are permanent. These cards, validated or revalidated or done this way or that way, it is permanent. People get these cards and die with them. That is exactly the implication. So if you say you're validating, if people are making claims that it is yet another ploy, if people are alleging that it's another ploy by the electoral umpire to do some things that may not favor some political parties, it is not far from being believed by some persons. It's not far. So what they are doing is they should think about not going on with that exercise, since the situation on ground does not favor that exercise presently. Use their discretion. This is what you ought to do. Of course you didn't do it because of time.
All right, the thing is that looking at this, it's only the major oppositions, we could say the PDP, the ADC, and the civil society organizations that are already voicing out. We're yet to find or see either anyone from APC coming out to say, okay, this is not it because of what is happening. And is he not raising questions?
No, you already said the parties are saying it's all right. And you lumped up even those elders you're talking about in what you said. So,
no, what I mean is,
the people are saying that it is not right.
The people I'm saying is not right, like I refrain, is the people who are in the major oppositions, like talking about PDP, ADC, and civil society organizations. I mean, the grand architects of civil movements, and rising the tension that we are having a side of this whole thing. Just we're having a side of opinion, and the major ruling political party, we've not heard anything from them so far about this particular issue. That's just what I'm saying.
So when you talk about the major ruling political party, it's the government. Aneke is the government. The ruling party,
I'm talking about APC.
Yes, the ruling party APC, the chairman of APC appointed by the ruling party. So they are part and parcel of the executive. If we say Independent National Electoral Commission, until the amendment of the Constitution in such a way that the appointment of who oversees the electoral umpire in Nigeria becomes not under the presidency or under the ruling political party, but under well-made arrangements, so that it will reflect it will reflect real independence of that organization. So if you say Aneke is part of the ESCO, the executives are the appointees. So, and he who pays the piper,
he pays the tune.
Of course, calls the tune. He calls everything he wants to do, because even the last problem between Aneke and ADC
people are also alleging that ADC may have come into this behind to ask the umpire to begin to go ultra vires, because all they want to do is for you to go to court, and all they want to do is for you to go to court. And when you are still in court, the timetable for all the things you're supposed to do as a political party would have elapsed, and the business is done. Even when you win from the court, it becomes a mere academic exercise. It will not just be, it will be a mere academic exercise. It will be said that they couldn't meet up with the INEC timetable. They're not even saying that at the end of the day, you may not win them when you go to court. Of course you win. Certainly that's what they want you to do. That is the game plan. If they get you into the courts, you keep being there until it is done. Remember what happened between Nanadi Osman of the Labour Party and
Julius Abure.
Yes. You know what happened? They held that judgment until Peter Obi left Labour Party.
Right.
Immediately Peter Obi left, it didn't take just a matter of days, and that ruling was done. So these are all parts of the same. People are smart, and they're using such smartness to undo others. But then, in a nation where there is rule of law, the courts will know and expect that action in hearings like that when there is a time, and they'll be able to grant an injunction, or possibly say that if they win in court, they must be allowed to do all those things they didn't do. Do you understand? That is to say, the timetable will no longer hold them, for not meeting up with time, because it was as a result of their case with the electoral umpire itself who set up the timetable. So it is the kind of things that we expect from the judiciary. But here in Nigeria, anything goes. The factors inherent in this country could make anything to go. And people remember, Peter Obi won an election in Anambra State as governor, and he won through the courts. Now, because he won through the courts, his mandate was to be 4 years. So, when eventually there's going to be another election, and they said he's going to go down, and they did the election and somebody else won as governor, he went to court challenging that his mandate is 4 years, and he must exhaust his 4 years mandate. And he won. This is when Nigeria used to be Nigeria. But such things don't happen any longer. You find that you difficultly get, jurists, distinguished jurists that can hold their own in terms of delivering judgment without fear or favor.
All right, looking at the issue while you were speaking, I was letting out soft smiles, But however, one should expect that the independence in INEC, shows a level of independence, and then there may not be collusion between INEC and the ruling government, being an APC government. But having said that, this INEC under Josh Amopita, they seems to be in the news for the wrong reasons this time around. They seems to be making, taking all the wrong steps. And one may begin to ask, do they sit down in the board to consider some of these actions? Speaking particularly to the issue of PVC revitalization and the outcries that has heralded that announcement. And I think INEC is beginning to rethink his decision to carry out this revalidation exercise. But having said that, INEC should be careful so that his exercises or activities is not one that would, could erode public confidence in the institution. And having said that, when we look at the issue of revalidation, though an exercise that should be held by all, but the issue is timing. And like you've quite rightly pointed out, do they have enough time to carry out that revalidation exercise? And the answer may be in the negative. And having said that, you look at other issues where it concerns the other political parties, which is why I said that the INEC, like Caesar's wife, has to be without reproach. He has to be clean in every of his decisions. He has to make decisions that cannot be interpreted as an alliance to any faction or any political party. And it becomes more worrisome that we have an erudite professor as the head of INEC. And one begins to wonder, why are we having these issues, these challenges that could derail the trust of the people on INEC? And we are already dealing with a thinned trust when INEC is mentioned. And speaking to the issue of ADC, for example, and when one listens to the arguments, those in favor, those against, you understand, it begins to put INEC in a very bad light, and they should see to it that they avoid such situation. Is not one that's that's endearing to the heart, given the time frame that we have to get into the next election. While I do not want to take sides with the political parties, when you were speaking to the issue with the ADC, for example, one thinks that INEC, which is a legal department, should be able to interpret the position of the court very well. And if they have issue with interpreting the position of the court, they have at liberty to approach the court for a clearer understanding of what the court meant in this instance. And while we are still at it, there are issues about the Supreme Court interpretation. And over time, legal experts tell us that yes, part of the responsibilities of the Supreme Court is that the judiciary, they make law. By interpreting the law, they make law. And if one is to go by the judgments of the Supreme Court over time, you will see that it is stated that the internal affairs of every political party is not justicable in law. That it should be allowed for the political parties to settle their internal affair. It was ruled in the instance of PDP, in the instance of the Labour Party as well. And then in this time around, we're having where INEC is interpreting what the position of the court is in status quo antebellum. And if there's any way to go by, it now brings in myriads of issues and questions that will continue to bend and put an attack on the credibility of INEC. And like I did say, this is not a way to go or get into the next election. INEC should do everything to ensure public confidence is so high getting into the next election. And like when I listen to some analysts say, they've been all about that the new INEC chairman has been making the wrong moves. And this is not, a time for it. We need to ensure confidence going into the next election. And speaking to timing, INEC perhaps, given the time frame, should maybe after the next general election, cleanse its register, revalidate the register. And like you would rightly pointed out, it is called permanent voters card. So it shouldn't be such that our electoral timetable should be distorted. It shouldn't be carried out at such a time where the various political parties and the civil society organizations begin to raise issues, raise those, and then cast aspiration on the independence of INEC.
We're seeing from the Daily Sun that there is the strategy. Herdsmen invade Benue community, kill 9. That's bloody Easter in Benue, Kaduna. A violent attack by suspected herdsmen on the community in Benue State during the Easter period left 9 people dead and 1 injured, intensifying fears over persistent insecurity and raising concerns about the safety of rural communities. From time to time, we've seen that insecurity is still on the front page of what we have as a nation. Still talking about insecurity while we are talking about other issues, linking it to the bloody Easter celebration. During that Easter, it was on a Saturday evening around by 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. that this attack actually happened. Now, the question is, we are having there are 3 sets of names we are calling these guys. We're calling them bandits, herdsmen or terrorists. I don't actually know the one that we should follow, but in certain areas, in certain cities, in certain states, they are known as different names. They are known with bandits, they are known with terrorists, and they are also known with herdsmen. So linking it to the fact that we are having more of rural community issues in our security system, which has depleted the confidence that people have in order to stay in their houses. Just a few days ago, people had to return back to their communities. I think that was in Benue. People had to return back to their houses. The government has to, clear the whole doubt that everywhere is safe. You have to return to your house. And now we're having this particular thing where herdsmen came into the market. And what they did was that they came around in the evening where people could be shopping for the Easter celebration, getting some things for their celebration, where they had to kill 9 people and injure 1 person who we could see that has been taken to the hospital and he's receiving treatment. This is still a problem that we're encountering after many promises or after many, we could say, words from the security chiefs and also from the head of our nation, saying that these things are under control, that we should count, we should put these things in order. And also from the point that there has been a lot of deployment of security people in these places. And I'm asking that same question. Was there no such provision for such security issue that will rise up in that particular community? Because we have been seeing in the news that NSCDC, that's a Nigerian Civil Defense Corps, and police, the police side and also the military side, everyone is just putting their things together, looking at also that this is from the middle belt where we could say this is the food basket of the nation. It can be linked to economy also, where the people may not have the confidence to come to the market again to sell because they are afraid. What if they are killed? What if their lives are destroyed? What if a lot of what ifs are rising already, still talking about insecurity?
Okay, you see, the problem with Nigeria is about saying something and not doing it. And that is what my producer here calls rhetorics. We have been dealing with a lot of rhetorics. There's been promises about fighting insecurity and reducing it to the barest minimal and stemming the tide of insecurity and all. And, well, you could call them any name. All of them revolves around insurgency, banditry, terrorism, and all that. These are some of the things within the middle belt. Most often, unknown gun persons called the killer headsmen. They call them killer headsmen within the middle belt. It is now Kaduna, Benue. And of course, last week it was the same Plateau, Kaduna. And of course, this Saturday it was Kaduna, Benue. Yeah, Benue, Kaduna. You see, there's not going to be anything that will stop, because whenever you are doing one thing and getting the same result, you must have to change gear. You must have to think out of the box and devise other means of doing what you're doing so as to get a better result. Nigeria is not getting any better result with the approach against insurgency, terrorism, banditry, and what have you. We are not getting any good result. Presently, the result that is being gotten is still the same. Of course, a heightened situation, not even a heightened situation. If you remember, within the middle belt, Benue, Plateau, these things have been there for decades. It's been there for decades. Over a decade, Plateau has been in turmoil. And a lot of commissions were set to take care of those things and provide solution. Of course, in Benue, is this still the same. During the days of Obasanjo, It was there in Benue, and it still have not worked. And up to today, it has not worked. People are alluding to killer herdsmen. People are alluding to jihad, that is religious jihad, and so many other claims, being alleged as being the exact thing that is happening in the Middle Belt and, of course, in the northern part of Nigeria. Because these things are not prevalent in the east. Here we have kidnapping and unknown gunmen unleashing terror on people in the southern part of Nigeria. I mean, the southeast anyway. Because if you go to Ondo has to do with killings, ritual killings, and all that. So Nigeria will not have any breakthrough the way they are approaching it. That is my opinion. Because the way things are being done is not the way it ought to. Somebody had several times, suggested and called on the government of this country to think about hosting or convening a security meeting nationwide so that people will come in and begin to bring in ideas to stop the level of insecurity in Nigeria that is already alarming. But it's like the government is not listening to inputs from the general public. Otherwise, that thing has to be done that way. Look at the way just a few days back, just 1 week after another, it is recurrent. If it happens here, the next week or next 2 days, it happens the other place. And we are still being reactive. We are still going about, calling and saying, take heart, we are with you, and all that. These are the statements of the leaders, of the governors, of the president, and all that. It's not about, is that what we will continue to do until Nigerians will finish, so that the insurgency will set up their own government? I wonder, because I begin to think that what are they killing people for? I do not know the reason why these people come out to kill people. Do they want all the people to cease to exist so that they will now exist only themselves in Nigeria?
But looking at this, because it's the Middle Belt, and there are issues already, there are tensions from the Middle Belt, like you pointed out, it's been over a decade. Now we are seeing that they are headsmen who, maim the life of these people. Is it not the same issue we're talking about ranging from, land disputes, having that economic, those things around, possession of land, and also territories, we could say territories, looking at how rich that area could be, and for their cattle, and for their, cows. I don't know if that is something we could...
Yeah, the issues within the northern part of the country are multifaceted. It is not just about land. It also has some political undertone. It has to do with ethnicity. Because I know that in that Middle Belt, some of the commissions were able to come out with ideas that some people are favored, some are not favored, especially with the creation of some local governments in the north. So it has to do with land ownership. It has to do with these people are maybe Hausa Fulani, enclave. These people are anyway, even religious undertone. They are all there. So it is multifaceted. These are the allegations from here and there. And of course, many witnesses during commissions that have sat to find out reasons for most of these things. People have witnessed from different perspectives, from different angles, that the problem is all that I have mentioned. So, but government have not been able to implement any of the commission's reports. In all the commissions that have been set in the Middle Belt, in the northern Nigeria, about problems of insecurity. Not one white paper has been able to be published, which means that there's abdication of responsibility. There's nonchalance. People have not really cared about whose house is God.
All right, when these issues resurfaces again, it leaves one to continue to wonder if rhetorics have the capacity of stopping these issues. By now, there wouldn't be any other killings in Nigeria because there's been a lot of words that has gone out on this issue. But first, let me commend the Nigerian soldiers, the Nigerian troops who have, they report this that they've come out to foil terrorist attacks and rescue 31 worshippers. And for that, I commend our military for their efforts, for everything they sacrifice, everything they are doing to see that this nation is safe. And for rescuing these 31 worshippers, kudos to Nigerian soldiers. But having said that, today we are talking about Benue. We are speaking to Kaduna. The other day, it was about Angwaru Kuba in Plateau State. And Mr. President did visit. And he promised that it will not happen again. So, which is why I said, if it were rhetorics, has the capacity, by now, we should be enjoying total peace all over the looks and breadth of this nation. And speaking to the nomenclature of these people, my assertion is that a terrorist is a terrorist anywhere. It doesn't matter their nomenclature. What they are doing is terrorizing the people, killing, maiming at will. And in this instance, it should be very clear that they are terrorists. Governments need to take a decisive position. At this instance, we shouldn't be talking about herdsmen, killer herdsmen. No. They are terrorists. If you kill people to dispossess them of their belongings in this magnitude, burning houses, look at the numbers that were killed at Mbalom in Gwa West of Benue State. Look at the numbers. And we're talking about herders. Herders for what? What are herders known for? Pastoralists. Peaceful. But we'll have people with AK-47, heavily armed. They kill, they maim, they set houses ablaze. What does that ensure? That these people do not return. You are dispossessing people of their ancestral land. And as a nation, we are still here romanticizing and rhetorics on this issue. No. You spoke to the issue. There has to be a security conference where the people have to state their parts, their experience on this issue. And from there, we could begin to fashion up a Nigerian solution to the crisis that we are suffering. Yes, you are apt when you mention that there are religious undertone, there are political undertone, there are economic undertone to it. So, and there has to be a multifaceted approach to dealing with it. What we are confronting has gotten to a level where rhetoric is no longer enough. And what marvels me is the fact that these attacks, some of them, they are alerts that these things will happen, and they go ahead and happen. It was reported that over 50 men, or around 50 men, were seen around Gwa North in Makurdi, moving towards Gwa West from Makurdi. And this report spearheaded the attack. How come we are not able to foil such an attempt? And they were able to move through Makurdi and go to Gwa East, where they carried out this attack at Mbalo. What are our security forces doing? You know, a number of times we cry that we are reactive. We're always reactionary. That we are not proactive in our approach. How can over 50 men with ammunition move freely? And we're said to have the police. We're said to have intelligence networks. What are they doing? A previous attack was forwarded in the morning, and then by night they returned. And the information has it that it was men that were killed because they already moved their women out. The youth were able to foil the attack in the morning, and by night they returned. And you ask the question, what is our security forces doing? Look at the attack where we were told that there were 2 attacks at 2 worship centers around Kachie, First Equa Church and the St. Augustine's Catholic Church, which will commend the military. But the proximity of a military post, yes, a military barrack, where we train special forces in Kachia to what area that was attacked. What is the proximity? It's still within Kachia, where you talk about Rico community near Kachia, and you have a strong military position, and you were not able to do much, and people were killed. You know, it begins to beg the question about our approach to this whole issue. You know, the other day while we were talking, Mr. Ress, I did mention that there has to be consistent communication with the people, where you carry the people along and let us know what we are dealing with. And not this wash that we are witnessing. There has to be a consistent press briefing on why these things continue to happen. And I ask, what, you know, Mr. President was in Plateau, and you listen to a lot of persons, they speak to these issues. Talk to the First Ministry and the First Minister. They will tell you all they are doing. That everybody will tell you. The governors will come out and tell you that all hands are on deck, that soon it will become over. And we're not asking the relevant question. What is the timeline for us to end insurgency and terrorism in Nigeria? Is there any clear timeline? Is there any roadmap? We are always reactionary, assuring the people that it will not happen again. Yet it happens. And I challenge anybody. This may not be the last. And you were apt when you pointed out that today it happens in Plateau. And when you are looking at fortifying Plateau, like Mr. President directed that AI cameras should be installed, it happens in Kaduna. And when we are dealing with Kaduna, they're scared to make to Borno State. Because we are reactionary. We go after the event. What are we doing as a people to see that will stem insecurity in Nigeria? We know what the issues are. You know, I keep saying when it comes to policy, Nigeria is the best place, best policy formulators. But on implementation, what are we doing about our borders? Mr. Rice, it interests you to know that at this point in time, are we even engaging the Sahel states? If, like Mr. President did point out in London, that we are dealing with a fallout from the Sahel, then how, at this instant, Nigeria being said to be one of the most powerful nations from Africa, we are not engaging the Sahel states? It begs the issue. So, beyond rhetorics, it's high time we tell ourselves the truth. In as much as we continue to whitewash this issue, we either call them headers attack, headers that maim, set houses ablaze. What's the essence of government if we cannot forestall such? And like you rightly said, I keep calling for a security dialogue in this nation. Yes, while the northern axis of Nigeria is on the limelight, are other regions in Nigeria safe? In as much as at the subnational, every state governor wants us to feel that they are doing enough, that their enclave is safe. When it happens, everybody would want the media to be silent. But that begs the issue. Are we safe in Nigeria? Mr. President got to Plateau. Yes, he had other engagements. He couldn't get into the city. We saw the governor of Plateau State on armored vehicles. Those to protect us if they are scared. Then what happens to the common man? I rest my case.
All right, we go over to the Vanguard headline, which says 2027 Tinubu's ex-ministers face tough battles in states. Former ministers under Tinubu are encountering strong political opposition in their respective states as they prepare for the 2027 elections, signaling intense contests, shifting alliances, and growing competition at the state level. 2027, Tinubu's ex-ministers face tough battles in states. I just saw from this particular news last week this whole resignation about the ministers which the president has already issued by March 31st, that everyone or anyone who wants to go for who has a political interest should resign from their public duty and face that holistically. And last week I was asking, or could be some days ago, I was asking the same question: why are we not having someone from the southeast who wants to step down, or who could step down from their position to go for any of this? While I am seeing that Nkiru Konde Georgia, Minister of Labour and Productivity, she wants to return to the House of Reps, and that's one person from the east who has called it a shot towards the National Assembly, and also how the ex-ministers, people that have resigned, are going to face tough battles in their position issues, where they are going to have other people come in too. They're not going to be doing more of it. You are an ex-minister or what, but it's going to be more like this is a political battle and you have to face it square, not like an appointment or whatever it is from where you are coming. So yes.
Well, whichever battle you're talking about, first is the intra-party battle. That is to get the nomination of their parties. And remember that most of these ministers, or all of them, except Wike, Nyesom Wike, is of the APC. So they are coming, they have gone back to their respective states to now battle with other persons that share the same kind of ambition for the positions they want to go for. So when they get there, there'll be the horse tradings, the intra-political politics, where you now seek nomination. So that is the battle they're going to have. And after that, they may not have any further battle, since the Aneke is allegedly colluding with the ruling party to stifle other political parties, which means there won't be any opposition. So if the moment they get tickets, there won't be any further battle for them. So the primary battle they're going to be doing is a battle of intra-party politics, where they will battle to get nominated as the candidates of their parties. And that is just the battle they are going to do.
All right. You've spoken to the intra-party battle. You have to at least secure your party's ticket before looking forward to other areas as well. But two states interest me most. Speaking to Bauchi State, where we've seen Yusuf Tuga, a very powerful politician, gone in to be the governor of Bauchi State. Yes, it still stands to be seen if he gets the ticket of APC to replace Governor Bala, in Bauchi State. And that's why it's quite interesting to me, because a lot of intrigues are at stake. Governor Bala is still negotiating. He has been in conversation with the APC. Offers have been made, rejected or accepted. He's been discussing with the ADC as well. And in this instance, one begins to permutate if he changes his mind to concede grounds and then move to the APC. If the APC allows him to choose a successor, you discover that some of these ministers may somehow lose out. And if he concedes and agree with the ADC, even though we understand that there is a dilly-dallying at the moment given the status of ADC, and he backs a candidate of the ADC, you see that beyond the party, horse trading and all that, is going to be another strong battle. And then moving on to Kano State, for example, we have seen Saidu too resigned, moving to contest for the governorship ticket in Kano State, where you have a sitting APC governor in the state who has decamped from NNPP to move into APC. And you have another solid person as well in that state. So it throws up a lot of political intrigues. Remember that they are still the leader of the Kwankwasia movement, Senator Rabi Musa Kwankwaso, at one end, who is now a member of the ADC, with Ghana, who is in ADC. These two, big political players in Kano aligning together to contend for the position of the governor in that state. And I know for sure that given any other unforeseen circumstances, that Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso would want to stop at nothing to reclaim that seat, that governorship seat in Kano State, which he was under his supervision, under his careful political maneuvering, that they were able to outwit all other opponents, including Ghana himself, and he installed, Yusuf. And if you remember the political horse trading and the battles pre this government in 2023, when Ganduje was, going for a second term, when he had fallen out with Kwankwaso, and on second time he was keenly contested with Abba, in that election, where even Mr. President had to leave his comforts in Lagos and came to Kano to help Ganduje, win that election. So it throws up a lot of battle for these ministers. The fact that they've resigned from their position and they are of the APC extraction doesn't make it all rosy for them. There are still heavy battles to be fought. Political battles, intrigues, horse trading, a lot to be done, and cover ground. So, yes, they are right. They will face, like you did say, there are several battles ahead for them going forward.
All right, we go on a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back, still on Sunrise here on Aneke TV.
Yes, moving on to other issues, where we've seen that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has okayed 3.3 trillion for power sector debt settlement plan. Mr. S, let's look at the power sector here, Mr. President has voted 3.3 trillion, to settle debts, legacy debts in this sector. And this time around, let me get your opinion on it first of all.
Well, you see, the problem of this legacy debt being owed to gas suppliers to about 15 production plants, 15 production plants across Nigeria is there, 3.3. But this association of these independent producers of plant are even saying that they had earlier agreed that the debt is 4 trillion, and that they are not aware of how the presidency and other people came to the 3.3 trillion. It's still agitating that it is not the amount. But it is a good development that if this money, about 501
billion, yes,
is set to be paid, and out of it 260 something, 63 billion has already gone out. So if these monies are paid, then these plants will begin to produce efficiently, and of course Nigerians will feel good for power supply. And the purpose for which they have earmarked this money is to pay it as soon as possible, is to guarantee that the production in Nigeria will become effective. The small scale and medium scale industrialists will be able to do jobs, and of course the job positions being held by Nigerians in these various organizations will be ongoing, so that people will be employed, the employment will be there. So these are part of what they are doing for the purpose of electricity. But remember that even at that, the electricity supply has been nosediving. It has been going down. At a point, it goes down to 2,000 megawatts sometimes. And they are even saying that there's an installed capacity of 30,000 megawatts, while Nigeria needs about 20,000 megawatts on interim. Yet, even the 13,000 installed capacity is not being met. Even about 20% of it is not even met, because when you say 13,000 megawatts and you have less than 2,000 to 3,000 megawatts running, it is as if there's no electricity, because they continue to do load shedding across. And if it further goes down, then there will be a total failure of electricity supply in Nigeria. Even the Aso Rock are owing huge sums of money to the discos that supply to Nigeria. So the 3.3 million is a good development. 3.3 trillion is a good development if they will pay that money as soon as possible, and make the gas suppliers to supply enough gas for these turbines to run and produce electricity. Then Nigerians will begin to start enjoying electricity. At least at one point in Nigeria, there was a time when you have electricity at least out of 24 hours, you might have about 15 hours. But today, you don't have electricity up to 8 hours or even 7 hours. Or sometimes you don't have 3 hours electricity in Nigeria, in some parts of Nigeria. That is just the truth. So, and there's so much money has gone down the drain when you talk about trillions and trillions and trillions. This one is just one, small amount of money that's going to electricity. There's much more that has gone down the drain, and there's no electricity for it.
But the problem is, for me, I would say that we are seeing this amount of money going down into electricity. And this money is not the money of a 1-year budget or a 2-year budget. From what we are seeing, it is a 10-year, it is in a stretch, it's in a 10 years. Now, are we saying that all this while that there has never been, or there has never been even a response from the federal government towards this electricity issue, that it is now that they are waking up to, coming to this? And also, I would say it's alleged that there is this, maybe, let me just say it, but it's about that Asurok, you mentioned Asurok is even, that there's this carving out of Asurok from the national grid, something like that. Now, looking at these things, is this thing not pure, basically for Nigerians? And are there no watchdogs that are into this particular matter that has left it for
10 years?
For 10 years, that's just the question.
For 10 years, these gas suppliers have not received what they ought to receive. That is why the money accumulated to what the independent suppliers claim to be about 4 trillion. Although they do not know exactly how. They all signed, they all agreed and signed this 4 trillion. But when it came out in the newspapers from the presidency, they said now it is 3.3 trillion. So, and that 3.3 trillion is a 10-year bill. So you see that for 10 years, nobody has cared about gas supplies for the turbines that produce electricity in Nigeria. And that is exactly why the poor performance of these companies. That's why these companies have not performed well. Because people are supposed to take their monies for the purpose of sustaining those plants and paying their staff and doing all the necessary things they're supposed to do. They don't have such money. And now it is down. It is only when it's down that Nigeria comes to begin to talk about such things and how to start all over.
All right. Like you did say, 3.3 trillion, into the power sector is a welcome development. But in all, we hope that this doesn't go on to fund more darkness in Nigeria. Be that as it may, it's been obvious to state that this whole issue around the power sector, the debt surrounding it, it didn't start from this administration. It's been there since 2015 to date. But kudos to the federal government for waking up to this responsibility and voting this humongous amount to settle the legacy debts. And we are told that about 15 power plants have equally agreed to this settlement as well. So in all, while we commend the efforts of government to see that we have light, but like previous administrations over years, let this humongous amount not go into funding more darkness in Nigeria. And then moving on, we are told that the ABGA, the All Progressive Grand Alliance, is calling on the Senate President to declare the seat of Senator Abaribe vacant. And according to them, the party is not in crisis. There's no leadership crisis in the party, and that its defection is not anchored on any principle or rising from any conflict within the party, and as such, that the Senate President should declare the seat of Enyin Abaribe vacant. Mr. Rest.
Well, that is the provision of the law that for those in the legislature, each time they intend to cross carpet, there must be a very strong reason for such, and such reason will be tied to problems within the political party. But even those who are calling for Abaribe's seat to be vacant may not be aware that when you have problems even in the ward, when you have political problems in the ward, your ward could possibly suspend you. Your ward could possibly antagonize you. So you could have a problem in your ward, which might elicit a cross carpet. It is carried. It is not against the law. When whatever happens within the ward, local government, zone, state, and of course national, could make you to cross carpet, because within the law, it did not specifically say except it has a national problem or it has a state problem. So those who are calling for vacancy should go back and see if possibly Eyina Baribe may have a problem within his ward that elicited his leaving APGA after all.
All right. Looking at this issue, even at the Senate that they are calling to declare seats vacant, there's been a lot of the campaigns. Have we seen where anybody's seat had been, declared vacant in this nation for cross carpeting? And it's been happening.
Some seats have
That's in the past. We've not seen that happen in this dispensation. The Senate, led by Senator Godswill Akpabio, had not declared anybody's seat vacant, and it's been obvious that majority of the campaigns are moving into the ruling APC, and they are welcomed with both hands. It's just of late that we saw a few individuals who have, moved over to the ADC. But having said that, then speaking to the crisis as cited by Senator Eyina Baribe when he moved, and you are quite apt in saying that this crisis may not be at the national level, it could be an intra-party affairs and requires investigating. But one thing, is obvious, and we need to state this clearly in Nigeria. It speaks to issue of party ideology. And you understand that in Nigeria, there seems to be no political party ideology, separating these political parties. In fact, one said that, I was listening to one analyst the other day, described the parties in Nigeria as the same, but on different nomenclature. They have different names, but it's still one and same people. So moving is easy and it's on the same ground. But having said that, we need to ensure that, yes, the right thing is done. That when people are moving, we do not create the crisis ourselves to enable people move from one party to the other. Having said that, we'll still continue to watch. At the other time, the Senate President himself, threatened to declare the seat of Senator Eyina Baribe, vacant. But we'll continue to watch and see how this issue, continue to unfold as we move along. Then, on another issue that is making headlines is that resident doctors, will begin strike tomorrow. Mr. Rest, another strike. ASU has given an ultimatum. They are equally waiting on a countdown to embark on strike. And this time around, resident doctors, and we've been about this issue of resident doctors for a while now.
You see, trade dispute in Nigeria is something that continues to happen. As far as the employer and employee relationship continues to be there, sometimes you might have infractions that will elicit declaration of trade disputes. And for resident doctors, they're asking for some things that has to make their work and their lives to become better while in the service of the people. And that is exactly when government sometimes promise, reach an agreement to do certain things. Sometimes, or most often, government don't come, forth with fulfilling their promises. It has been a recurrent decimal in Nigeria. Fulfillment of government employee trade disputes, fulfillment of agreement in Nigeria has been one too many. That is the unfulfillment. That is not being able to fulfill what they agreed. And most often, they come to a round table to talk about what they want, and they'll be able to iron out their positions, shift positions to a point where their positions meet. When the positions meet, they now have an agreement. And when the agreement is now struck, at the end of the day, the other party fails in fulfilling that agreement. So it is not a very good thing. So, and for the services of resident doctors, we know how crucial it is to the people. We are talking about the lives of Nigerians. So, government should please expedite action in seeing that whatever they have asked for, which has not been, fulfilled, or which agreement they have met and agreed on, and that has not been done, the government should come out with it. Otherwise, Nigerians will suffer for all those infractions.
Oh, well, this is what I have seen as a method, or we could say as a particular issue that has been going on. The same way ASU is still protesting, it's the same way resident doctors are protesting. So at the end of the day, they'll land into an agreement. The same way federal government is doing to ASU is the same way federal government seems to be, carrying out this particular thing. So like we all have been talking about, making reforms, setting up issues without viable implementation routes. And this is about the health of our citizens. It's a very great issue that we need to look into before the time comes, because very soon the healthcare sector, the hospitals and the rest of them will be empty just because of this. I pray that federal government will just stick to this. And that's a wrap on this edition of Sunrise. Thank you very much for waking up with us. I am Good Hope Chukuma. It's always a pleasure.
And Mr. S, many thanks for joining us. It's always a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you for having me, Uche, and for you, viewer, thank you too for being with us, and keep watching Aneke TV.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise at Aneke TV, we wish you happy Easter Monday and keep watching till we come your way. Same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria, Africa's largest economy and most populous nation, continues to grapple with a critical infrastructure deficit that hinders growth and development. Reliable electricity remains a major challenge. Although Nigeria has the capacity to generate 12,000 to 13,000 megawatts, supply to homes and businesses is inconsistent. In 2023, only 61% of Nigerians had access to electricity, leaving around 87 million people without reliable power, the largest electricity access gap in the world. This shortfall forces businesses to spend billions of dollars annually on backup solutions like diesel generators, diverting resources from investment and job creation. Transmission losses, generation inefficiencies, and gas supply challenges further suppress per capita electricity consumption, affecting productivity and competitiveness. Transport infrastructure also lags behind demand. While Nigeria has an extensive road network, over 70% of roads are in poor condition, slowing the movement of goods and people, raising transport costs for farmers and traders. Rail development remains limited, with only about 3,500 kilometers of operational track, insufficient for a country of over 220 million people. Overall, Nigeria's infrastructure stock, including roads, power systems, bridges, water systems, and digital networks, is estimated at about 30% of GDP, far below 70% international benchmark. This gap continues to constrain productivity and foreign investment. Water and sanitation infrastructure also fall short, leaving millions without access to safe drinking water or adequate sanitation. These affect public health, school attendance, and economic participation. Digital infrastructure is another critical area. Broadband penetration and data center capacity remain limited, concentrated mainly in Lagos, while other states lag behind. This restricts growth in fintech, cloud services, e-government, and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. Experts estimate that hundreds of billions of dollars will be required annually over the next decade to close these infrastructure gaps. Mobilizing investment from private sectors, international finance institutions, and public-private partnerships is essential. For Nigerians, improving infrastructure is more than convenience, it is a path to safer roads, stable power, efficient transport, modern digital networks, more jobs, business growth, better health outcomes, and increased competitiveness on the global stage. Bridging this infrastructure divide is crucial to transforming Nigeria's potential into tangible progress for every citizen.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrasts, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forests and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall, and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Thank you for joining us on The Insight this morning. The Insight is that program where we'll bring to you heartbeats of issues, topical headlines, policies, helping in shaping our nation. And today, we look at INEC. We tackle a fundamental pillar of our democracy, the power of the vote, as the continuous voters registration exercise hits full gear across the nation. Many in the core city states are asking, is my voice being heard? Joining us to provide clarity on PVC collection, the new digital registration phase, and how Enugu is tackling voter apathy is the head of voter education and publicity for INEC, Enugu State. Sir, Achumie Chuka, you're welcome to The Insight.
Thank you.
All right.
Good morning, viewers at home.
You're welcome, sir. Before we get to this conversation, let me start asking what is happening.
We're in the second phase of voter registration.
Okay.
You know, we have done the first phase. Now we enter the second phase, which we started on the 2nd of February. And it's expected to last for 50 days. After which probably the commission might deem it fit that we go on again on a third phase before the election of 2027 comes up.
All right. Now, let's get into this PVC issue. We remember that there was the phase started around August 2025. And I want to ask, as at that time, we knew that the turnout was very, very low. But I mean to ask, as early as this 2026, we are in February, what is the current percentage of collected permanent voters card in Enugu State? And what's the last mileage or the plan to get those in your custody out?
Well, when we talk of the collected PVC, you know it's not done at the headquarters.
Okay.
PVCs are collected at various INEC local governments in the state, including the headquarters, because we have a registration center too at the headquarters. Okay. Now, if you talk of the percentage, well, it's not much, but rather we have people who comes for transfer, updates, and new registration. But for now, I will say at least 0.2% of the previous ones being collected.
0.2%.
Yes.
Can we interpret what 0.2% means?
I will say that the figure is insignificant compared to what we have in stock in various local governments.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is insignificant compared to what we have in stock.
What people is collecting on daily basis.
That means the turnout is still low.
The turnout as per people who comes for the already, the permanent PVC might be said to be low. But that of the people who come for fresh registration, transfers, updates, may not be low.
Okay, so let's look at those who come for fresh registration and all that. Can we say that the awareness is making impact?
I think it's making a great impact. It's making.
Sir Chuka, what you're telling me is that,
it's making.
What you're saying is that if we call for an election tomorrow, we will not hear voter party in Enugu State?
I wouldn't say so totally, because you should realize that voter apathy is not about people who register. When we talk of voter apathy, we talk of people who already have gotten their PVC, but willingness to come out to vote on election day. It's another thing. So it's not all about getting the PVC or registering with INEC and having your PVC. Remember, some people come to register to get their PVC, not necessary for them to cast their votes. Therefore, for other reasons, which includes, for personal identification, either in the bank or some other places. So PVC registration does not only end with somebody using it on the day of election. They might have some reasons, although it's now left on INEC to do an extensive, publication why people should have that PVC and use it, on the election day.
Okay. Yeah. Now let's look at this voter education. Let's segment it: pre-election and election. What is the voter education in this pre-election period all about now? Is INEC engaged seriously in that campaign?
Yeah, we are doing that. At least we have both at the national level and the state level, even at the local government level.
Okay.
We conduct stakeholders, meeting. We go on, in markets and churches, sensitization. We only use the chiefs at various villages and their town criers to educate people why they should not just only come to collect their PVC, but they should exercise their civic rights.
Okay.
Because I believe, though not realizing, their future lies on it so much.
All right. Their future lies on it so much.
Exercising their civic rights.
Okay. Now, let's look at, when you were talking, you spoke about the new registrations going on.
Yeah.
More than those who are coming to collect, the bulk is on those who are registering. Yes, though we may not tie this to a turnout in an election. But I want to ask, what is the percentage for those who are just turning 18? What is it like? Whom we would classify as will be new or first-time voters if there's an election tomorrow?
Well, the percentage I would say is about 5 to 10%.
5 to 10%.
Yes.
And 5 to 10%, do you think, from your experience in this position, do you think is significant enough given the population of Enugu State?
Remember, this is not just a fresh registration, it's just a continuous something.
Okay.
And we are looking at it from the point of people who turned 18 years after the previous election. So, holistically, we may not expect it to be so much. Because, remember, we may not use the yardstick of Enugu State to measure. Because remember, people from other states who are residing in Enugu, they probably might decide to cast their vote on election day in Anambra, even in Lagos, in any of the state of the federation, still goes through Enugu.
Okay.
Are you getting me? So you may not necessarily say, for instance, it may not be possible to give you an accurate data of what we get on daily basis.
Okay.
But if we look at it at the number of registrants we register in Enugu alone, fine, it's okay. But remember, all the people we registered on a daily basis in Enugu State may not necessarily cast their votes here on election day.
Okay.
So their number may not add up to the total number of registrants in Enugu State.
All right. Now, what you're telling me is that there's data available, but it may not be handy now. Aneke has that data when it comes to the age of at least the first-time voters and all that.
Yes.
All right. Something worries me more, which is the number of PVCs, uncollected PVCs that you have in your office or across your offices. What do we do to ensure that these cards get to their owners? And what is Aneke doing?
Well, let me be frank about this thing. You know, at times when we use the word uncollected PVCs, we fail to ask, reasons why most of these PVCs may be uncollected. Say, for instance, a student here who resides in Enugu during the registration might register here in Enugu. But for one reason or the other, he may not collect his permanent PVC within the duration of his, the academic period here. Probably he finishes, his program here, went back to his state, and we now entered into another, voter registration cycle. Remember, this person has already done registration in Enugu. And his PVC, his permanent PVC may have been returned to Enugu State from where he registered. He's now in another state. He may not deem it fit now to come back to Enugu again now to collect his PVC, the permanent one. He decided now to do, go back to Aneke again and claim that he lost his permanent card, or probably he may not have collected his permanent card. Aneke now will do a refresher of new one by now issuing another PVC to him. The one in Enugu is still lying there as uncollected. So there's no way you expect the same person to come back again to collect that PVC. This time around now you have two PVCs existing for one name.
Okay.
So what the commission now will do, maybe after the registration, they look at these things, do what we now call AFIS, and now give a directive of what we do with all those uncollected
Sorry
PVC.
to interject.
Yeah.
Do what you now called
AFIS.
AFIS, please.
Yeah.
Explain for the sake of our audience.
Now, what it now means, say for instance now, somebody might register last year. Unfortunately, he's still, he's no longer living this year.
Okay.
Or somebody might register here in Enugu State, travel back to his own state, or for one reason or the other, he's transferred to another state. When he goes to that state now, he now tries to do a second registration. No matter how you pressured him, whether you have registered before, he will say, no, I have not registered. Aneke mistakenly might go back again to do a second registration now, which is double registration. During the AFIX now, the system now will detect that it is still the same name existing in two places. So one will be cancelled, returning one.
All right. And do you usually cancel this double registration?
Definitely they do it. And that is why we don't always give the data of registration in a particular locality. Because I might tell you now, say for instance, the number of our restaurants in Enugu yesterday is 10. During the affix, the Abuja might come up with 6. Which one do you take? Is it 10 or 6? So we only wait until Abuja finishes their own and come out with the actual. That is now when we can now tell you this is the actual number of registrars we have in a particular area.
All right. You know why I was so particular that you explain these things? You know, the notion allegedly is that this is what enables these political parties and politicians to be able to rig election. But now that you're explaining it, at least one is able to know that that may not be feasible.
But even at that, there is no way double registration will give you a room to rig an election.
Okay.
Because of the beavers we use now on election day.
Okay.
Once you cast your vote, all the data, the information about the person is queued into the system.
All right.
If you come back again for a second time, the beavers will identify that you have passed through it.
Okay.
So there's no way to have a double registration.
All right. Yeah. Now that you brought up the issue of beavers, but let me first address the issue around the students, because these are key critical issues, and this is a population that we really need to, cater for in our election. You spoke about students, and we know that Enugu State is a student area. And I want to ask, what programs do you have in terms of voter education for the high population of students in Enugu State? Give SUT, INEC, IMT, and the rest of them. There are more.
We collaborate with all the institutions in Enugu State through their student union leaders. Even at times, we normally write to the VCs that want to have an audience with the students, which we are normally given.
Is granted?
Yes, it's always granted. So in so doing, we educate them the needful of going to obtain their own PVC. And while doing it equally, we go along with the ICT department, so that as we're educating them, people who have not registered before, we have opportunity of doing that.
Okay. And is there a way of assessing if these engagements yield desired results?
Yes, it does.
It does?
Yes.
Okay. Now, while you were answering the previous question, you brought up the issue of beavers. And I want to know, what is the feedback you receive from Enugu voters regarding beavers? That's the voter accreditation system, bimodal voter accreditation system. What is the feedback you get during voter education when you interact with people in these localities?
Actually, when people don't understand the functionality of beavers, they seem to doubt the way it functions.
Okay.
But the truth, as an insider, will tell you that it's a game changer in our electioneering system here in Nigeria this time around. This is a machine you cannot easily manipulate. That is one thing with beavers. You cannot easily manipulate it. Like during the time we are using a card reader and all that. But the beavers this time around is not easily to be manipulated. Once it records a figure, there's no way we change it. Okay. Most of the things that happens in an election period is not as a result of poor functioning of the beavers or whatever. It's just a human error.
Human error?
Yeah, it's very human error.
Okay. But during your voter education, do you explain this to the people as to the importance? Because like you did say, there is a lot of misinterpretation on the functions of the beavers. Is this simplified for the people to understand this technology, especially for the elderly?
Yeah, if a question of that comes up, we take time to explain it to people.
You take time to explain to people?
Sure.
All right, let's speak to the human errors that you spoke to. Yeah. It's very critical that we don't have these human errors. It has a way of eroding trust on your organization, because when there are issues, the first to be mentioned is INEC. And you're speaking to the authenticity and the functionality of beavers. Now, what are these human errors and how do we minimize them to ensure that the people are able to trust INEC going into future election?
Human errors is about being sincere in ourselves, doing the right thing, irrespective of who is supervising you or not. Let's take, for instance, on election day. Beavers does record the actual thing that happens on that election day. But probably in compiling the result manually.
Sorry, let me interject again. You said something. Beavers records
what happens in the election day accurately without missing a word.
Without missing a word?
Anything at all.
So why do you have controversies?
The controversies you have, that is where I now talk of human error coming in it.
Okay.
Beavers will be saying 1. Probably the person who is recording the figures now will say 2. Or after the recording of what the beavers actually accredited on election day on Form EC8A, moving that results to the next level, you see a lot of human interference. Are you getting me?
Okay.
Maybe changing the figures already in the Form EC8A as you get to Form EC8B. Okay. So that is where the human interference comes in.
Okay. Now, and are there modalities in place moving forward to see that such human errors rarely occur? Because I know you conduct training for these personnel.
Yeah.
Is there any, formal training to ensure that it is? You may tell me that yes, where humans we may not guarantee total adherence, but is there any mechanism in place to see that these things minimized going into a future election?
Definitely there is. There is no election that Aneke conduct without engaging people in the strenuous training. What they should do, their do's and their don'ts. But there are limits you could control people. You can only say, you may not be there as it is, being a size. Are you getting me? And you should remember, most of these people will engage on an election day, in as much as they are partly Aneke staff, probably because we engage them. They are ad hoc. They are not permanent, they are not permanent Aneke staffs. Are you getting me? They are, the oath of allegiance to them on the commission cannot be compared to that of a permanent staff. Who knows that his job is at stake if he goes contrary to the rules and regulations of the commission?
Okay.
Are you getting me? But these people you engage, they are just Nigerians like every other Nigerian. Their commitment cannot be compared to that of a permanent staff of an Aneke.
But have there been instances where you prosecute some of these individuals?
The Cross River is a living example to it, where a professor was sentenced to prison for 3 years for election manipulation.
And you think that will serve as a deterrent to other people?
Well, I believe it will. But the most important thing, our being sincere to ourselves.
Okay.
That's our prayer.
But the Igbos have this saying that na okenonono guarankeno nirona azudinangiga, meaning that the rat in the home tells the one outside that there is a fish, somewhere in the house, literally. Have there been instances where you take punitive measures against your own staff, not ad hoc staff this time around, when there are instances of such human error?
There are so many instances to make reference to. There are cases where you have where staff are interdicted or even suspended or even summarily dismissed for engaging in election malpractices. So there are so many cases of it.
All right. Now, sorry I'm throwing this way, but we need to talk about these things. When we talk about voter party in Enugu State, for example, that the key issue when we interact with people is that usually they rarely trust that their votes will count. And I mean to ask, during your voter education, what do you do to ensure people that their votes will count going forward?
At times it baffles me to hear people saying vote counting and vote not counting. As far as Aneke is concerned, remember our duty is to conduct a transparent and an election that will be accepted by all. That's the aim of Aneke. And with the introduction of Vivas, as I told you, it's a step in the right direction to see that every vote counts in an election. And we equally encourage the electorate. Don't just cast your vote and go. Be there to see that actually, after the election, the presiding officer does the right thing supposed to do. Count your vote as the law says, and announce it before you people.
Okay.
That, to a reasonable extent, will help to reduce the lack of trust in the election process.
But, Mr. Chime, yes, I know you've spoken to the duties of INEC to conduct credible, free, fair, and credible election. But usually, you would agree with me that we always end up in litigation as a result of not meeting, usually, this standard that we detect on what election should be about.
But you should remember, there is no way you conduct an election you will meet 100% standard of the people's expectation.
100% standard of the people's
expectation. Or even close to that. Do you know why? INEC is just like a law court.
Okay.
You know, in a litigation, the winner will always praise judiciary. They have done well. Judiciary has come, to stay. The same thing applies to INEC. Who goes to court? In most cases, is the loser. Let's turn it around, and is the winner. You'll find out he will not go to court. He will praise the commission, and now says that the commission has abided by the rules and regulations as stipulated by the Constitution.
Okay.
So it's neither here or there.
It's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on. Looking at what you told me about the beavers, his functionality, what he has the ability to do, speaking to credibility.
It's not in doubt.
That's not in doubt. Then I mean to ask, sorry, I have to give you it. This controversy about electoral reform, especially as it has to do with that section 60, subsection 3. If the beavers is this credible, why are we having this situation where some elected officials feel that we can have reliable transmission of results in real time as opposed to transfer of this very result manually through from EC8A?
Well, if you look at INEC guideline, it is clearly, it is clearly stipulated there that result could be transferred at real time.
Sir, could.
That results can be transferred.
Can, okay.
And in the previous off-season elections, you find out that all the elections we conducted, result is transmitted on real time.
Okay.
In all the previous elections. And even our former chairman has made it very clear that the network is there is network in almost 98% of INEC units where we conduct the election.
All right.
So the issue of real-time transmission of results or whatever shouldn't come in. And I believe it is not the problem of the commission.
All right. It is not the problem of the commission.
And the commission has not said anything
to that effect.
Yes.
But one-on-one, you mean to tell me that INEC, on their part, is not bothered, not disturbed, if it is given the backing of the law that it must be transmission in real time with the backing of the law? Because why we bring up this issue is that when you look at the litigation pre or post 2023 election, the courts didn't want to go into this issue of transmission for the fact that it has no legal backing. It is at the mercy of INEC to choose the options here. So I ask, INEC has not spoken, but one-on-one, is INEC bothered in the issue of either real-time transmission of these results?
INEC is an institution that is established by law. we are guided by law, irrespective of our INEC election manual. We have what we call the Electoral Act too. We are guided under the ambit of the Constitution. So whatever we do is in line with the Constitution.
Okay.
So, like you asked, INEC is not bothered. If the law says it must be transmitted real time, so be it. I don't think the Commission will have a problem with it.
Okay. All right. The Commission wouldn't have a problem with it. The Commission is there to follow what the law says. All right. That's quite encouraging. Now, moving away from the issue of beavers and all that, let me get back to here in Enugu. And I want to know what INEC in Enugu is doing in terms of election security, because it's become very important going forward.
We have what we call ISIS. It comprises all the security agencies in Enugu State. It's not just about Enugu State, throughout the Federation, even at, the Federal Capital Territory. We have series of meetings with them to discuss about the security, especially the flashpoints in every election. Even as we are doing registration now, we are cooperating with them.
Okay. INEC knows the flashpoints during election.
Definitely.
You do, and there is a sufficient arrangement to contend with them as we move forward.
And that is why, even in the last previous election, you didn't have any, serious cases of, we don't have any serious problem, security-wise, in any of our units or local governments.
Okay. All right. On that note, Sir Achumi, we'll go on a short break. And when we return, we'll continue to probe these issues with INEC. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Thank you for staying with us. And if you've just been joining us on the Insight, we've been speaking with Sir Achumi Chuka, who is the HOD, Voter Education and Publicity, INEC, Enugu State. And we've been looking at INEC voter awareness in 2026. Sir Achumi, yes, we were talking about security before we went on that break. And you are assuring us that INEC is prepared, especially as it has to do with flashpoints across the 17 local governments in Enugu State.
Yeah.
Okay.
I prepare for it.
So we can tell people whenever INEC calls for an election, they should all troop out without fear of intimidation.
Even the previous election could attest to it.
Okay.
We don't have any serious issue in any of the local governments.
All right. That's quite encouraging. Now, let's track back a bit. We started with the issue of PVC collection. Let's get to what you are doing for the disabled people in our community as it has to do with PVC collection, the awareness and preparedness for the disabled.
Previously, it seems that people with disability are not given serious attention. But if you look from 2023 election, INEC seems to have given them a special place in whatever we are doing. At times we organize a stakeholders meeting with them. We invite them, discuss with them. Even in all the INEC activities, we engage them too. If they come to registration, we give them special attention. Even on election day, they are giving special attention whatever INEC is doing. And INEC has already designed a model which they normally use on election day to enable them identify the candidate of their choice or the party of their choice. So I think INEC has accorded them a special, recognition in most of the activities, we undertake now.
Okay, and we'll see a greater participation of these people.
They are participating.
Okay, all right. In the same vein, I asked for the aged. What is the arrangement for the aged, especially when it comes to registration, vote, PVC collection, and the election day proper?
The same respect we accord to people with disability is the same respect we accord to them.
Okay.
Pregnant people, aged people, once they come and you identify that they are present there, you accord them the right of, first to attend to.
Okay.
And whatever we do.
Okay, the right of first to attend to.
Yeah.
But I ask, the aged, there's no mechanism to meet them where they are. They have to be able to go to your centers.
No. If you recall, during the first phase of registration, our registration was centralized on INEC local government offices. Considering the complaint from the registrants, both the PWOs and all these things, this second phase now, INEC now decides to move the registration nearer and closer to them by now putting centers in most of our wards at every locality so that it will be very easy for them to do their registration.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that will continue moving forward.
Definitely.
All right, that's quite.
By the time we come, maybe before the election, we might even go down to some units.
All right. When you were speaking earlier, when we started about this awareness, you remember quite well, you did mention about the religious body, but I want to track back a bit, given the fact that from data available, the notion is that there is always apathy in Southeast Nigeria. And speaking to voter education, I want to ask, what is the nature of collaboration or the working relationship between INEC in Enugu State and religious bodies in Enugu State in terms of voter awareness?
Just like every other organization, we don't accord any special recognition to any particular body. During our stakeholders meeting, we extend an invitation to all of them. And at times we send our staff from the department on Sundays. They go to most of these churches, especially the churches that we always assume to have a very large crowd, to sensitize them on the activities of INEC, not just about registration, on the activities of INEC, which includes the ongoing registration, the upcoming election, and all that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is it even needed results?
That is the reason why we are going to them, and we feel it's yes results.
Okay.
Because in most cases, once you go there, you find out there are people there who are not even registered, but you try to convince them why they should. And the next day you see them coming up to register.
All right. Is there such collaboration with traditional rulers and traditional institutions as well?
Like I said earlier, we normally have sensitization at the local government level through the town union presidents, traditional rulers of various towns, even at the world level. So our local, at the local, government offices, we equally have an extension of voter registration department there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And it's encouraging that you say that all this engagement is yielding the needed results and awareness is on the increase as well.
Actually, it's yearly.
So when we come for election, we wouldn't see issues around apathy, because the last time I spoke with you, I saw the pain. You are so concerned about voter apathy in Southeast. Is that changing, or the pain is still there?
Like I said, registration is one thing, and making judicious use of that PVC is another.
Okay.
You can take a horse to the stream. You may not necessarily force the horse to drink. On INEC part, we are doing a lot. It's not just about INEC.
Okay.
Even the media houses are equally involved. Civil society organizations are involved. Student unions are involved. Sensitizing people, the need that they should participate fully in all INEC, the activities. It's not about me, about you. It's about us. Because if you are involved, you will be part of determining and deciding who is going to govern you. If you don't like a government, sitting on the fence wouldn't solve that problem.
Okay.
You come out and be part of the change you are asking for by casting your vote. This is the only way we can have that change we are looking for.
Okay, the only way we can have that change we're looking for. Yeah, I know you're speaking to these issues, but let me stretch it further. Because, why I told this line, I remember vividly during our first encounter. And I asked, as an Igbo man, quite experienced in the affairs of INEC, you've seen so many elections. And I asked, what do you see that we lose as a people by not participating as it should be in election? Are there pros and cons from it?
In determining the strength of a particular region, you must take into consideration the turnout of that particular region in every election. If the turnout is high, the contestants, especially at the federal level, we accord that region special attention.
Okay.
Knowing fully well that the vote that comes from that region will one way or the other have an ending effect of the final result.
Okay.
I don't know if you get where I'm going.
Yes.
Now, but if the turnout of that particular region, let's also assume we have a low turnout or voter apathy on the day of election, you can't expect the winner to take the region serious. Knowing fully well that whether they cast their vote or not, their number will be significant in determining who wins the election or not.
All right.
Are you getting me? So there is every need that the Southeast will participate fully in anything concerning election. We're asking for presidency as a slot to come to Southeast. If our number is low, do you expect other region to make up your number? Charity begins at home. We will first of all show the people that we have the might to decide first. Then we will now seek other people's vote to make up the difference for a candidate to prevail on election. So I see it as a duty that every eligible voter that is up to the age of 18 in the Southeast should endeavor to make out time to go and obtain his PVC and use it equally.
All right. That's quite apt, and especially the way you've explained it makes it quite vivid. There's no doubt that determines what would occur to any region, especially from the point of the participants in terms of the contenders in an election. It determines their policy direction for every region, giving credence to that 5% comment sometime in the past. It's all right. Now that we are with you, what is your electoral calendar in this 2026?
Now, we're in the second phase of voters registration, which by the policy of the commission will last for 50 days.
Okay.
We are now looking forward that probably the commission will come up with the electoral calendar, which will flow to 2027, the election period. We cannot do it if they didn't look at, because it has to be guided by the Electoral Act. Every, INEC activities is timed to law. So, for now, we are waiting for the commission to come out with the electoral timetable for the, remaining, period.
Okay. So, until that comes out, everything seems to be stagnant. We need to move with haste.
Not necessarily everything is stagnant. There are some activities that must be done irrespective of whether the electoral act is out or not.
Okay.
Like towards the towards the end of this month, we'll be conducting the FTT, the council election, and we're equally looking forward for senatorial election here in Enugu anytime soon. And there are some other off-cycle election in some states ongoing too.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. There seems to be a part that we're missing, and that's the level of your partnership with CSOs, and if they're involved in your voter awareness as well.
Yes, they are.
They are? And they are participating.
They are participating. And we're equally planning to have a stakeholders meeting, maybe anytime next week.
Okay.
And we're all in, all the CSOs will be invited.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
They are partnering with us.
Okay. Before I let you go, just one more question, and it has to do around human errors. I know you've spoken quite clearly about this issue, but one thing is certain: you cannot rule out human errors in election. Not from the perspective of Aneke now, but for as an experienced person, what do we do moving forward to see that this issue of human error is reduced to the barest minimum? And I ask this question as it regards the deployment of ad hoc staff in any election. Shouldn't we look at alternatives, being that Aneke really have total control on these ad hoc staffs?
I don't think there's any other alternative, but I feel that the best way to control the human error is one, telling ourselves the truth.
Truth.
Telling ourselves the truth. Doing what you feel is right, even when nobody is monitoring or supervising you. Being involved, being committed, and then making our time to monitor the process, see what is going on. I think there is a place that it will reduce human error.
Making our time to monitor the process. That's on the part of the voters.
On the part of the voters.
Okay.
Monitor the process. Be part of the supervisory aspect of it. Cast your votes. Don't disrupt the process. Stay some few meters out. Wait for the conclusion of the election. Allow the presiding officer to announce the results. And be sure that is what he counted, is what he announced. I hope that will help, not only just checkmating the presiding officer, it will equally put fears in the minds of the operators.
Okay.
That day.
All right. But finally, this is not, I know this may be a question for the national body INEC, but I will ask you as a Nigerian, and from how well you've spoken about the beavers, its functionality, its credibility. Let me ask, on the sideline, do you think Nigeria is prepared and may have the capacity for electronic voting?
Well, for now, there's no law for it.
Okay.
Until we get there.
Until we get there.
The commission will now say whether we are prepared or not.
All right.
They're looking at it generally. I don't think there's anything much different between what we are practicing now and when we decide to go full biometric in the election process.
Okay.
There's not much difference. Assuming the law now says results transmission real time. The step to full biometric is not far.
Okay. All right. Sachime, before I finally let you be, you've been in INEC. You're quite experienced.
Definitely, by your grace.
And by this year, we'll have off-cycle election, next year, 2027, will be a general election. From your experience, if INEC is to do something different and better, what would that be?
On what aspect? Let me
in terms of the general functionality of INEC as regards the elections?
On the part of INEC, I think we are doing all we could as human.
Okay.
We only ask that the people we engage will share the same belief as the permanent staff, so that doubt about the final result will be reduced. If you look at what happened in Anambra, I don't think in Anambra, last Anambra chief government election, there wasn't any litigation. If we could get it right, I feel in the general election, we can hopefully do so. It could be repeated.
All right. And that's all for today on The Insight. You've heard from the man himself, Achime Chuka, HOD, Voter Education and Publicity, INEC, Enugu State. Remember, the power is in your hand. And according to him, you should participate, monitor the process, follow the process, engage the process. And that way, you would surely have a credible outcome. Till we come your way, same time, on Monday. I still remain your host, Uche Osai and Sachime. Thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you for having me in your studio.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria, Africa's largest economy and most populous nation, continues to grapple with a critical infrastructure deficit that hinders growth and development. Reliable electricity remains a major challenge. Although Nigeria has the capacity to generate 12,000 to 13,000 megawatts, supply to homes and businesses is inconsistent. In 2023, only 61% of Nigerians had access to electricity, leaving around 87 million people without reliable power, the largest electricity access gap in the world. This shortfall forces businesses to spend billions of dollars annually on backup solutions like diesel generators, diverting resources from investment and job creation. Transmission losses, generation inefficiencies, and gas supply challenges further suppress per capita electricity consumption, affecting productivity and competitiveness. Transport infrastructure also lags behind demand. While Nigeria has an extensive road network, over 70% of roads are in poor condition, slowing the movement of goods and people, raising transport costs for farmers and traders. Rail development remains limited, with only about 3,500 kilometers of operational track, insufficient for a country of over 220 million people. Overall, Nigeria's infrastructure stock, including roads, power systems, bridges, water systems, and digital networks, is estimated at about 30% of GDP, far below 70% international benchmark. This gap continues to constrain productivity and foreign investment. Water and sanitation infrastructure also fall short, leaving millions without access to safe drinking water or adequate sanitation. These affect public health, school attendance, and economic participation. Digital infrastructure is another critical area. Broadband penetration and data center capacity remain limited, concentrated mainly in Lagos, while other states lag behind. These restricts growth in fintech, cloud services, e-government, and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. Experts estimate that hundreds of billions of dollars will be required annually over the next decade to close these infrastructure gaps. Mobilizing investment from private sectors, international finance institutions, and public-private partnerships is essential. For Nigerians, improving infrastructure is more than convenience, it is a path to safer roads, stable power, efficient transport, modern digital networks, more jobs, business growth, better health outcomes, and increased competitiveness on the global stage. Bridging this infrastructure divide is crucial to transforming Nigeria's potential into tangible progress for every citizen.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up,
You don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Plateau State government launches emergency hotlines to strengthen security response. Trafficking survival in Imo State raises alarm over exploitation network. Details of the news. The Nigerian Senate has defended provisions of the 2026 Electoral Act, describing them as critical reforms to curb vote buying and restore internal democracy within political parties. The Senate leader, Senator Opeyemi Bamidele, said the law eliminates the delegate system by mandating either direct primaries or consensus arrangements for candidate selection. Senator Bamidele explained that the reforms are designed to return decision-making power to registered party members, rather than wealthy individuals who previously influenced outcomes through financial endorsements. He added that the move aligns Nigeria's electoral process with global best practices. The clarification follows criticisms from opposition groups, including the African Democratic Congress, ADC, which allege that certain provisions, particularly Section 77 and 84, could hinder their preparations for the 2027 general elections. Responding, the Senate leader dismissed the claims as unfounded, noting that the requirement for political parties to submit digital membership registers to Independent National Electoral Commission is intended to enhance transparency. He also disclosed ongoing legislative efforts to amend the Terrorism Prevention Act to impose stricter penalties on kidnappers and their sponsors. Governor Caleb Mutfwang has announced the introduction of toll-free emergency hotlines to improve rapid response to security threats across Plateau State. The governor made the disclosure during an Easter service in Just North. He said the initiative would establish direct communication between residents and security agencies, enabling real-time reporting of incidents. The move follows recent attacks, including a Palm Sunday incident in Angwa-Rukuba that heightened security concerns. Governor Mutfwang also raised alarm over rising drug abuse among youths. Describing it as a driver of insecurity, he called on religious and community leaders to collaborate with government in addressing the challenge. The governor further advised residents to avoid high-risk activities, particularly illegal night mining, which has exposed many to criminal attacks. He assured citizens of government's resolve to restore peace and strengthen community-based security systems. The Obedient Movement has reaffirmed plans to stage a nationwide protest against the Independent National Electoral Commission despite concerns over possible interference. National Coordinator Yunusa Tanko disclosed that the date for the protest remains undisclosed for strategic reasons. The group is demanding the resignation of the INEC chairman, alleging loss of public confidence and bias in the commission's operations. It also accused the electoral body of undermining opposition parties. Tensions escalated following Aneke's decision to suspend recognition of factions within the African Democratic Congress, a move the group described as detrimental to multi-party democracy. The movement has called on the civil society organizations and Nigerians to participate in what it described as a peaceful demonstration aimed at safeguarding democratic institutions and electoral integrity. The Minority Whip of the House of Representatives, Alisa, has commissioned key religious infrastructure projects in Gombe State, promoting unity across faiths. The lawmaker inaugurated a church in Jesu community shortly after unveiling a mosque in Buwanga. He said the project reflects his commitment to inclusive representation and equitable development, irrespective of religious or ethnic affiliation. The initiatives were executed within his Biliri Balanga Federal Constituency. Religious leaders, including representatives of the Christian Association of Nigeria and Muslim community stakeholders, commended the effort, describing it as a model for peaceful coexistence. The benefiting communities also honored the lawmaker with traditional titles, acknowledging his contributions to social harmony and grassroots development. The Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria has called for the adoption of digital technology and artificial intelligence in healthcare delivery. The appeal was made during its 2026 Continuing Education Conference in Lagos. State Chairman Tolulope Ajayi said pharmacists must expand their roles beyond drug dispensing to include clinical services such as patient consultation, immunization, and chronic disease management. Experts at the conference highlighted the benefits of AI-driven tools and electronic health records in reducing medical errors and improving efficiency within the healthcare system. The association also advocated stronger integration of community pharmacists into primary healthcare through structured referral systems aimed at improving access and quality of care nationwide. President Bola Tinubu and the Northern States Governors Forum have expressed condolences to former INEC Chairman Atahiru Jega over the death of his wife, Hajiya Hadiza Jega. Chairman of the Forum and Governor of Gombe State, Muhammadu Yahaya, described her passing as a significant loss, noting her legacy of humility and family values. The late Hajiya Hadiza Jega was buried in Abuja in accordance with Islamic rites, following funeral prayers at the National Mosque. Bayero University Kano also paid tribute, describing her death as a loss to the academic community, while prayers continue for the repose of her soul. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Plateau State Government introduces emergency hotlines to enhance security. Coming up shortly, trafficking survival in Imo State calls for action against exploitation network. We'll be right back shortly.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, I want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Anambra State Police Command has raised concerns over the increasing use of face masks by security personnel assigned to VIP protection duties. The Commissioner of Police, Ikioye Urutugu, described the trend as a potential security risk. He warned that the practice could enable criminal elements to impersonate legitimate officers, thereby undermining public safety and trust in security institutions. Police Public Relations Officer Tochukwu Kinga stated that while anonymity may be required for tactical operations, routine assignments must maintain visibility and accountability. The command has directed all security operatives to ensure proper identification while on duty, except in officially sanctioned covert operations. The Global Anti-Human Trafficking Organization has called for urgent intervention following the rescue of a 22-year-old trafficking victim, Joko Princess Nena, from Mali. The organization disclosed that the victim was deceived with promises of employment and transported through Lagos and Cotonou before being subjected to exploitation under a trafficking network. It added that the victim's health deteriorated after she was deprived of essential medication for epilepsy, leading to her eventual repatriation to Nigeria. The organization has appealed to the Imo State government to establish rehabilitation and support programs for vulnerable individuals, particularly victims of human trafficking. The federal government has raised its 2026 borrowing plan to 29.20 trillion naira following an upward review of the national budget to over 68 trillion naira. Budget details indicate a projected revenue of 36.87 trillion naira, leaving a significant fiscal deficit to be financed through borrowing. Debt servicing is estimated at 15.81 trillion naira, raising concerns among economic analysts over sustainability and the growing debt burden. Stakeholders have advised that borrowed funds should be directed toward productive investments to stimulate economic growth and reduce long-term fiscal risk. The Lagos State government has initiated legal action against 45 companies and individuals over alleged tax evasion. The move was confirmed by the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Lawal Pedro. Authorities said the affected entities failed to comply with tax obligations despite multiple notices and opportunities for voluntary settlements. Among those listed are major corporate organizations with liabilities running into hundreds of millions of naira, alongside individuals with outstanding personal tax obligations. The government stated that the enforcement exercise is aimed at strengthening revenue generation and warned that defaulters risk penalties, including fines and legal sanctions. Now in sports, Nigerian striker Paul Onuachu delivered a decisive performance as Trabzonspor defeated Galatasaray 2-1 in the Turkish Super League. Onuachu scored his 22nd league goal of the season, maintaining his position as top scorer and boosting his team's title ambitions. The victory moves Trabzonspor to within 1 point of the league leaders, intensifying the race involving Galatasaray and Fenerbahce. The team is scheduled to face Allianzspor in its next fixture as the title contest enters a decisive stage. Remo Stars secured a 1-0 victory over Shooting Stars Sports Club in the Nigeria Premier Football League encounter. Samuel Aneke scored the decisive goal in the 49th minute, earning the defending champions a crucial 3 points. Despite the win, Remo Stars remain in the relegation zone, highlighting a challenging season following their title triumph. Elsewhere, Rangers International moved to the top of the table, while Rivers United dropped points, intensifying both the title and relegation battles. Nigerian sprinter Olayinka Olajide has recorded a personal best of 11.13 seconds in the women's 100 meters at the Texas Relays. The performance places her among the top athletes in Texas Tech University history. She also contributed to a record-breaking performance in the sprint medley relay, helping her team set a new institutional mark. Olajide's recent performances underline her growing profile on the international athletics stage ahead of major global competitions. Now in entertainment, Nollywood actress Tonto Dike and talent manager Ubi Franklin have donated financial support to a Nigerian family facing housing challenges. The intervention followed a viral video showing the family relocating to an uncompleted building due to economic hardship. Ubi Franklin announced a 1 million naira donation as part of his charitable initiative, while Tonto Dike matched the contribution. Additional support is expected from other donors, with efforts focusing on improving the family's living conditions. Veteran Nollywood actress Patience Ozoku has highlighted the financial challenges facing actors in the Nigerian film industry. Speaking during a podcast interview, she attributed the situation to the absence of a structured royalty system for performers. She explained that most actors receive one-time payments without residual earnings, regardless of a film's long-term commercial success. Ozoko noted that the development has led many actors to explore independent content creation platforms to secure sustainable income streams. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. The governor of Plateau State, Caleb Mutfwang, has announced the launch of toll-free emergency hotlines to enhance rapid security response and strengthen coordination between residents and security agencies. The Global Anti-Human Trafficking Organization has called on the Imo State government to provide urgent rehabilitation and support for trafficking victims following the rescue of Njoko Princess Nena, a physically challenged survivor of cross-border human trafficking. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 07030437110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidi Masogo and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque. But currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
The Easter night, Holy Saturday. From the Last Supper, Christ goes into hiding. In the church, every church is dead. No mass is celebrated on Good Friday. No mass is celebrated as such on Holy Saturday. The only mass that will be celebrated on Saturday will be the Mass of the Resurrection. That Christ has stayed in the grave for 3 days, but is now rising. He has defeated ills, defeated wickedness, defeated all forms of human limitations, so to say. Then we have the resurrection. The resurrection by the Easter Vigil and the falling of our first fathers, the betrayal by Judas Iscariot, his main persecution, all these things are false. But that gave rise to our eternal hope, the resurrection. That is the Holy Week for you. A very, very solemn week. A very, very sacred week. For all Christians, it's a week that nobody should should in any way hurt the other. What should be expressed is love, love, love all the time. A very reflective week because it teaches us the very essence of our being, suffering, pain, struggle, then rise. Never give up. That is what the Holy Week teaches us. Never give up, even in the worst situation.
Easter is a time that we need to introspect into the very essence of the season. The season is a season of salvation. We must seek Jesus now to be saved. If you believe in Jesus, the Bible said, if you believe in him, you will be saved. For there is no other way, no other name given among men whereby we can be saved except Jesus. Number two, in relation to our fellow human beings, please live in love. It is out of love that he came to die for us. He came to die our death. He took our punishment and died our death that we may live. So let us learn also to serve one another in love and to ensure that we live peaceably with people. And all these vices that Jesus died for, please let us eschew them and walk in holiness in this season. May the Lord bless you, and may you continue to enjoy many more Easter celebrations. Happy Easter, Nigerians. God bless you.
There's no other religious leader anywhere, without mentioning any, that had been dead and resurrected, and that's why Jesus is significant. And when we say that Christ is the only way, it's not just a matter of talking. It's not a way of speaking. It is the reality. He is the Son of God. He is God himself, died, raised again from the dead so that we can have life. Those of us who believe in him, though we are dead, we shall live again. The hope of eternal life is because of the resurrection. And that is significant and unique to Christianity.
Easter is not just a church celebration. It is a revival call. It is God announcing. Let me shock you. It's God announcing to everybody what was dead can come alive again. This is a time to rededicate your life, rededicate your family, rededicate your business, rededicate your church. It's a time to ask for renewal of what appears to have been lost or dead.
My message to our people is to first understand what the celebration is all about. The celebration is the death and resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. The celebration is the cross mark of what brought about Christianity, because without Christ dying on the cross and bringing salvation and resurrecting, there won't be anything like Christianity. So my message is for our people to keep hope alive, to continue to believe in the country Nigeria, to continue to pray for the leaders, from the presidency to the governors, to the local government chairman, down to the councillors, even to our traditional rulers, all that have found themselves in the position of authority. For whatever decision they take, one way or the other affects every one of us. So we continue to pray for them, continue to trust God, that as he has resurrected Christ from death, so shall Nigeria and our economy and our hope be resurrected.
My message to the Christians as we celebrate the Easter, the whole world, is peace, love, that we expect from every Christians. As Christ died for us, we should try and emulate the peaceful nature of Christ. He gave us a platform to live with one another, to stop killing, because killings are too much in Nigeria. Those are involved in killings, the peaceful Christians should desist from that. We implore everyone to live with one another because we are one before God.
The message is God is our refuge. He is our hope. And because he has conquered death, I want to assure you, don't be discouraged. Remain faithful. And if you say you are a Christian, live like one. The challenge we have today is people mouth Christianity, nothing to show for it. You are a child of God, live like one. God will never fail you.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, my beautiful people of Enugu. Good afternoon, Nigeria. It is the Vibe Central where we speak hot gossip. But before that, I'm gonna wish you guys happy Easter. I know you guys are enjoying. Today is Money Making Monday, where we have everything to make. It's Monday, and I go by the name Gift Obodo, popularly called Shushu Lawyer Hot Pepper. And you know, I have someone to spice up everything, spicy today, to give us the buzz. I call her my special queen, my one and only. Ugoma Sinachi.
Wait,
see the beauty.
Wait.
See, one thing I like about Ugoma is that, even if you say something funny or not something funny, Ugoma will just have a way of giving you that cute smile, that cute baby smile. Ugoma, how are you? You're looking so damn. Oh, girl. Oh, you're looking good. I said, clock it. Duh.
Me. I don't need that compliment. Before that, hello Ofotu, it's your beautiful girl,
We've missed your face.
AKA Petite Girl. Yeah. Before I proceed, I would like to ask you for my Easter rice because I can't be here. Yesterday was Easter. None of them offered me something, delicacy, no rice. I was expecting when I arrived here, I was expecting to have like a plate of maybe chicken or turkey. But
let me ask you one question, and it is a straight question.
All right.
Are you a woman?
I'm a woman.
And what's your duty at home?
My duty at home?
Especially in the kitchen.
Please, spare me that.
I spare you, dog.
I'm not a kitchen girl. I don't like cooking.
Oh.
I just had to be because
really?
Family, so you have to, whether I like it or
My
not.
son-in-law, are you hearing me? This your wife will return the price. Yes. Definitely.
So, my husband will understand.
He will understand.
He has to understand me because I would let him know. We'll date now.
Oh, yeah.
I'll just make him know that. But if I'm telling I just like, I don't know how to. I don't like cooking. But that doesn't mean I don't know how to cook.
Your father's house is calling you heavily.
No problem.
Okay, I'm going to start today with your favorite song. Like your favorite. Your favorite,
Favorite song?
No. Your favorite. Your favorite musician. His son. Guess.
My favorite musician and his son.
No, I'm going to start with your favorite musician. His son.
Okay, so what if my favorite musician doesn't have a child?
I know your favorite.
Okay.
I know your favorite. I know what you want. I know what you like.
Allow me to tell the people.
I know. Tell them who is your favorite.
Guys, you all know this person. He's worldwide. International. He's nobody but Whiskey.
And his son, Young Charms, is making waves now.
He's making
there's this popular saying, like father, like son.
Like seriously,
Duh.
like, I know they born goats now. You understand? understand
I don't like you.
It's making us
I don't like it at this point. I don't like it.
Don't worry,
okay,
your fifth song is gonna do more.
My fifth song? Which of the song?
Don't worry. I thought they had a twin.
One is a boy, right?
I heard, I've not seen.
The young shall grow, say amen.
Amen.
And the young shall grow.
Amen.
The way Champs is growing now, like the father.
It's really growing.
Yeah. It's all about Wizkid's song makes a public that is very interesting, and he makes the public, saying something that he doesn't care about his father's beef with Davido. What he cares is he is in the industry and he wants to grow without beef and unnecessary drama. So he's trying to tell the public, see, we are no longer in the century where we drag each other, we put each other in the mud, that he wants to go big past. That if he sees Davido's music that he likes much, he will stream. And if he sees the one for Wizkid he likes, which is his father, he streams. Any musician out there, he's there to support each other, not to start rival.
Yeah, he doesn't even need to.
So he doesn't need the buzzwords.
Yeah. I've seen that, like some parents, when they have an issue with a neighbor or whoever, a friend, they advise their children not to come in contact with the children of the person they're having issues with, or the woman. Don't greet them. They are my enemy. Don't greet them because they're having a little misunderstanding. Okay. So I don't think it is wise for young Cham, to be in position to actually partake in father's beef.
Conflict.
Which there is no beef.
I don't think so.
Beef between Wizkid and David.
It has just been just been like Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. Like the war has always been there. It's something. It's not like the actors are fighting. It's something of the fans.
It's the fans.
The fans are not getting it there.
Without that, they would not be. So it just to.
But I think it's just a way of promoting their music and making it like maybe like they dropped an album and they want to trend.
Those two people, they are not beefing. They are good.
They are good. Do you think so? Are you sure you are not Wizkid's second wife? I'm suspecting that you are one.
I don't mind to be Wizkid's.
Jesus, go Masinachi, you don't do that. You don't do that.
Someone said even that infection, make Wizkid give out. So I don't mind.
No, X is a terrible place to stay. X is just when you have the mind, just give it up. What?
I don't mind.
You don't mind?
Yeah.
But before you mind, I want to just gist you that Ezego, our number one in the southeast. You know what I'm talking about? Fino.
Oh my goodness.
He had
guys. Oh my goodness.
Don't give me that. So he actually, the social media, after his current things he hosted and offered to, which is the experience, Fino experience, which the likes of Olamide, the likes of Martin said, which is very dark man, and so many popular people came to the show to support our own Fino, and people are just saying that they are celebrating him for no scandal, no internet drama, no fight or this with anybody. He's just a cool guy making his cool crush, giving the world what they want to hear. He has crazy jams out there for people to tune in.
Fino has jams. He has always had jams.
I don't know what he's actually cooking right now, but whatever he's cooking, I hope it is done, because we the people are waiting to feast on it.
And he's so fresh. So that guy is so fine. Like, I'm not a fan. Fino. Oh, Maka. Oh, mama.
But see, the next one I'm about to dish out to you now will throw you up your feet, because I have some video clips. I have some graphics for it, because it's a war zone on the internet, and people have just been commenting, and it's just like people are catching clues on it. And you know which one I'm talking about. It is very dark man with Martins or say and the Lord. Okay, let me show you guys some crazy clips, and we dive into the the main conversation. Yeah, just watch this clip and you understand that their beef is not it's not a child play. Kuje prison is real. Kuje prison is actually, when I mean actually real, it is real.
Is Kuje the Krikri, which one?
Yeah.
Krikri and Kuje, which one better pass?
Kuje na prison. So this is very dark man and almighty billionaire. And then the next is our clip, our their exchange, their internet exchange. It was hot, very hot. The clip has just been making me laugh today. I will just be laughing.
To be honest with you, guys,
yeah,
I've not really been involved in what's going on. Like, I don't know what's really going on between these two people. I only heard about when they were having issue about phone. Very dark man selling phone a certain amount or price. Aside that, I don't know there's still beef.
Oh yeah, just watch the video. Just watch this video. Watch this video.
Lost.
Just watch this video. Just don't laugh too much.
Like my ready? Yeah, you go jam. If you like, jam me for that place. Okay. I'm going to beat you. He? You feel like by all those your muscle. When you pump. Jesus. Get money, get maths, get power. Your papa not fit do anything. You know fit last me rats. Jesus.
The only way you will survive this matter na if you join APC. Jesus. Make you follow city boy movement, they work out. I swear, that's the only way. Make they help you call the judge. But you see this matter, you will learn and you will learn the hard.
As you can see,
open your eyes well.
I am escorting B-Lord to Kuje prison. You don't dey road to Kuje. Show them where B-Lord is inside the Black Maria.
Get money, get maths, get power. Your papa not fit do anything. You know fit last me rats.
Come on, begin and they want place that they cry, say.
You say make I no use video and picture. God go punish you. I don't be sure what I owe. Cry more.
Experience is the best teacher. You will experience it and you will feel it.
This clip, I was just laughing. This clip is just something that reminds me that no be person will make the largest mouth. Now in the win battle so body to back. Now you get doings. So actually, B-Lord is officially the first billionaire in Nigeria, not officially, but for the content sake, to be locked up in Kuje prison by a poor man picking. He has successfully arrived there and was spending like 26 days, including his Easter period and Easter holiday in the prison, and with so many inmates there. Ha! Almighty B-Lord, how the mighty has fallen.
How true is that? How are we sure that he's really in prison?
He's not in prison because he was escorted to prison.
What did he say?
The court reprimanded him in prison. And you know what has been trending? People know very dark man as someone who doesn't, sue. But at this point, he said he sued because that the whole crime which B-Lord was accused of is a criminal offense. Impersonating him, first of all, he mounted a billboard saying that he paid very dark man to advertise for him, and very dark man is his ambassador, selling things with his graphics online and everything. So it's all that false pretense. Yes, that's what we call false pretense in law. So it is criminal, like it's a criminal offense. You don't, personate another person. So at this point, he's going in for it. When that man said he doesn't have a problem, him trying, spoiling his name, calling him all sort of name. But when you do any criminal activities, which, as friendly, needs to, need him to clear his name. At that point, he's going to use the law against you. Yeah, that's what is actually happening. What do you think? Did B-Lord actually went so far? Because when he was doing it, we were thinking it was content, it was just normal cruise and content. But when he landed himself in Kuje prison, I knew that, like, yeah.
Yeah, he went a little far. But I think he should be pardoned.
Pardoned? It is not just police that reprimanded him in prison. I mean, the court reprimanded him in prison for 26 years. And I think Vino was in his last show, like saying, very dark man, please, withdraw the case. That he has learned. Do you think he has learned?
You might have learned. If he comes out and we see changes, okay, there is no conflict anymore between the both of them, even if there is. But, because I know there would be, okay, if it shows any signs of remorse for his actions, okay, that means he has learned. But if not, he hasn't learned though. And I think, like I said before, I think he should be pardoned. They should just release him.
Why are you having human sympathy and everything?
Yeah, I always have human sympathy. If a criminal is being arrested or captured, I see them beating, I'll just feel bad for the person. In as much as I know the person has done a lot. Okay?
The legal field is not for you.
I always feel bad.
Yeah, I see the legal field is not for you. Ma, did you hear me? The legal field is not for you. It's for people who has the mind.
I don't want to be there.
You don't want to be there?
Yeah.
So we that are there.
Even medical field is not actually for me.
So we that are there, we're heartless. Are you trying to say? No, you're trying to say that we that are there.
Some of you are heartless.
My viewers out there, my viewers out there, do you actually...
those who convince people who are innocent. Where that they are innocent.
But if someone comes to you and say gift,
go behind to collect a certain amount of money in order to, convict.
I will draw the curtain for this conversation here because
most lawyers, I'm not saying all of them, some are heartless. Likewise, some police officers, likewise, some people in medical fields.
I hope it's not for me, right?
It's not for you.
Because I'm gonna sue right here.
Sue me for what?
Kuja is real. And actually, Ray has come out to threaten Very Dark Man that if he doesn't release VDM, he will take action. And Ray and he's threatening. He knows this person. He's connected. This, that. Vowed that to get BU Lord out of the prison, and he ordered Marshall to discontinue the case. This is the first time in his whole conversation that against him. And then many people are saying that he is part of the problem we are facing in this country. VDM did not use police. He went straight to the court and trying to find justice for an oppressor, because I feel like he was oppressed, because for me, how would you come out there, use someone's picture, make a banner and tell him you watch the clip, you can do nothing? He said he was threatening him, you can do nothing. Like he was saying he has so many sons and this, and they were like, oh my God, you are in Kuje prison, where are your sons, where are your this, where are the claimed people
Maybe because why he said all that?
Everyone
has stepped on his toe. At least I know that.
No,
that's why he did.
See, let me tell you something. Like I said, I always say I'm not a fan of Very Dark Man, but what I always say is that he doesn't come for people that don't have a dent on their pocket. I think the first time he came for him was during the period when someone claimed that there was a transaction.
So why did he come for Whiskey, where Whiskey was having problem with Fela's son?
No,
why did he have to?
No, the truth is that he had to come for it, because you cannot, for me, you cannot come for a legend. Fela is a legend. Do you understand? There are things if you wanted to do, not on the screen. Following the fact that you said you have a very good tangible relationship with Fela. So I think if you wanted to do, you would have called the son, or you were coming to drag Fela.
You called the
coming to drag Fela was just out of it.
That's, by the way, the case is closed, okay? Let's go with what we have.
So
leave my whiskey there. Nobody should.
Oh, okay. I see what you do there. I see what you do here, baby girl. I see. I just say.
Put leg in one trouser.
Is this big enough for me and you? This trouser is so small. Like at this point, I think this trouser is very small for me and you.
We'll find a bigger one.
You will find a bigger one. Like I could imagine. Okay, moving over to my next one. It's about Zlatan, who revealed that his first house he bought is in 2029. He didn't move in. He gifted it to his parents so they could live comfortable. On 25, he bought some for himself, and now he's trying to. He said his parents refused to move in. He thought the money might be from fraud or all kinds of things, but Zamantha had to print his account statement to prove that the money came from music. Even after that, the parents insisted on 7 days to pay and accept the house. Finally agreed, and they gave me one condition: he just must move in with them.
Okay. They're never ready to move in. They see the find where, especially the hustle. What they're saying, you ask them whether they.
But there's some parents like that. There are some parents that are like that. They don't just accept anything from anybody, even their son. They have to know the
Okay, you guys are saying your son hustling. You know, working so hard. He's an artist. He's saying, you're asking him.
They don't know if actually it's from the music or that could give him such amount of money to.
Maybe they still there for their mud house.
So, but the final one that I want to trash.
He did a good work.
Yeah. So I want the final one I want to trash. For you is this on trending things going about Blessing CEO being in stage 4 cancer.
This wahala not too much.
Someone just said on the comment section that she has she's not like she's sick, but she's mentally unstable and she needs to go to the rehab. And there's this feud going on, and Very Dark Man is actually demanding a refund of the money she sent to Blessing CEO.
But he sent Special money.
Yeah, and he's demanding a refund.
But I thought Very Dark Man and Special had issue. How come they said
saying they look for a way to trap this lady. So now they demand the money back. So he's just waiting for a way to trap her into, he felt like maybe this is the right opportunity. Let me trap this woman into my shackles and shambles and then drag her. But I think aside, this thing going on between Very Dark Man and this is not, but a area of concern is this woman. I watched the recent interview she had on her eyes, and it's very appalling that a young lady like this, in the midst of an expert, a doctor, a lawyer, you watch the clip, right? And she's still lying. And it was obvious, they were asking her, see the procedure for someone, this is the test, this is what they use for this. And she was so stuck in I just pity the young doctor she's putting into trouble, for all this.
She was just trying to manipulate the whole situation to suit her.
Do you know what it means? Stage 4 cancer. She doesn't even, and she
justify herself.
She couldn't even justify herself.
She wants to come out she tried to prove to the world that yes,
she knows what she
knows what she's saying.
Instead of apologizing.
Yeah, instead of coming out clean, oh sister, like that girl Mirabel.
Yeah.
They say they rape them. They raped her. So this is just the way she's trying. By now people should have known that in put up stunts online.
Yeah.
A lot of people do much than she does.
Yeah.
Like she did. So people could actually I need someone that actually come out before to frame being dead. Like I'm dead, just to trend.
Yeah.
I died.
Yeah.
People were crying.
People were mourning.
Mourning and all that. At the end of the day, it's not that it's just
that's cruise and contact.
Cruise. You don't play with such thing.
Yeah.
As cancer. What if cancer comes real? And people don't get to believe you anymore.
And you need their help.
Actually,
I think that's just one thing people don't get to understand. They feel like everything, let's just do, forgetting that there is a lesser consequence of. Even if there are things you don't joke with, cancer. Have you seen a cancer patient?
See,
they have even with the knowledge of cancer, you are drained. Like your parents look shabby. You become everything about you. I used to tell people that it is not even the sickness that kills very fast. It's the fact that you knowing that you have the fear of you knowing that you have this kind of sickness is the most draining part of it. So cancer itself is not even it's not a childish thing. I think Blessing CEO should go in for that because this is scam. She was scamming people for her money.
What's that man's name that she is dating?
IVD.
Yes.
IVD. There are people that are accusing her of trying to collect money from people to sponsor him on whatever business he is. See, let me tell you, this is for someone that actually go after people's husband. We go after people's husband and expect. Because she made a video when you said if she comes after you, if she's interested in your man, there are two things: is that you die or you leave it for her. So, and Bimbo was IVD's ex-wife, who that they late Bimbo. So, when they clash with
Okay, the lady died, right?
Yeah, the lady died.
She killed herself.
That's what they say, but it's not what happened. I think you can actually frustrate people into committing suicide. Frustration. Have you ever felt that atom of frustration in you that you don't know what to do? You are just angry. You just want to
end it all.
I
never thought peace that side. I beg.
Yeah.
The way I love myself, I can't even fathom myself thinking about killing myself. Like, me that love my life, I love life. Even if I go heartbreak, I will just tell myself, this is not meant to be.
Okay, let me just
not meant to be in my life.
Yeah.
I need to go.
Go.
If God has plan, that's what I tell myself.
So let me just play you this one picture, and this is Chomzi from Big Brother Nigeria. The husband just celebrated her with a very new brand car, and this is a lady who has been trashed for taking another man's husband. These days, it's like, I'm going to say, who are we taking? Whose husband are we taking? I beg.
The man won't make them take up now.
So are you taking it?
Was the husband just on his own? The lady started to take him.
Okay.
Maybe approach the lady.
Okay.
Are you not talking about?
You are war. You are actually war.
Because let me tell you, if you love your wife, respect your home, and matrimony and whatever.
Yeah.
You're not meant to look for another lady. Because if you really respect your wife, your family, and everything, you love her so much, I don't think you have the urge, the nerve to actually, approach another lady.
Yeah. But we're looking for someone's husband today. But on this note, we're going to draw the curtain. Thank you for being with us on Vibe Central, where we give you hot gists and grooves. And you know what I mean? Hot gists and grooves. I still remember your favorite gift of Buddha. And thank you to my beautiful, elegant, her smile is everything for me. I don't know, but you guys should understand. My viewers out there, always, send your comments. Appreciate this beauty here. Thank her.
It's like that.
Her beauty is beauty. Because her name is Beauty. Actually, you don't know. Let me not tell you. That's just it. And thank you guys for being on the show with us. We'll do this tomorrow, same time, same station. Stay tuned. We love you. Always tune into Aneke TV for more G's and grooves. What we do here. Bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Nigeria finds itself at a pivotal moment. A nation of nearly 220 million people, rich in human potential, natural resources, and cultural diversity. Nigeria is simultaneously confronted with an array of security challenges that have deep historical roots and contemporary complexity. From the harsh insurgency that has persisted in the northeast for over a decade, to the sprawling banditry networks across the northwest, from recurrent heather-farmer clashes in the Middle Belt to rampant kidnap for ransom syndicates and urban criminality, insecurity today manifests not as isolated events, but as an interlinked ecosystem of violence and instability. These phenomena do more than threaten lives. They fracture social trust, impede economic growth, depress investment, and erode the foundational legitimacy of the state. In environments marked by distrust and fragmentation, dialogue emerges not as an optional luxury but a strategic imperative, a mechanism for understanding grievances, bridging divides, and constructing mutually accepted pathways toward peace and progress. Indeed, scholars of conflict resolution affirm that sustainable security is seldom achieved by force alone. It demands conversation, negotiation, and inclusive engagement across societal fault lines. Nigeria's own post-conflict history offers instructive precedent. Following the devastating civil war of the late 1960s, the approach known as "no victor, no vanquished" was more than a slogan. It was a commitment to national reconciliation. Government leaders, community representatives, and civil society actors engaged in dialogue that helped diffuse lingering bitterness and chart a course toward reintegration and rebuilding. Similarly, global practice reinforces the centrality of dialogue. In conflict zones from Northern Ireland to South Africa, negotiated engagement between hardline actors and governments ultimately outlasted militarized approaches. These examples illustrate a foundational principle. Dialogue humanizes the other and transforms entrenched antagonisms into space for shared problem solving. In the Nigerian context, dialogue must operate at multiple levels: local, state, and national, each tailored to the specificity of its environment. At the grassroots, structures like traditional council forums, community peace committees, and youth roundtables serve as critical platforms where grievances can be heard and understood. For example, in parts of Plateau and Kaduna states, facilitated dialogues between herders and farmers have reduced violent confrontations over land and grazing access by identifying consensus on resource management and corporate forms of engagement. These forums help transform relationships of suspicion into dialogues of accountability and shared interest. At state and national levels, concerted efforts are needed to institutionalize dialogue mechanisms within governance architecture. This means establishing offices or councils dedicated to peace building, conflict management, and stakeholder engagement with clear mandates, independent oversight, and sustainable funding. By creating structured channels for communication between communities, security agencies, traditional leaders, and civil society, the state can move beyond ad hoc responses and toward proactive governance. Dialogue must not be restricted to reactive negotiations in moments of crisis. It should inform policy design and implementation. For example, if a policy on grazing reserves is developed without the voices of pastoral communities, farmers, and state governments, it risks exclusionary outcomes that fuel resentment. Genuine dialogue ensures representation, especially of women, youth, and marginalized groups whose experiences with insecurity are often distinct yet underrepresented in formal decision-making spaces. Recognizing the value of dialogue is one step, operationalizing it is another. To ensure that dialogue is transformative rather than performative, several practical measures should be prioritized. Conversations must be paired with tangible socio-economic investments, such as rural job creation, skill development programs, microfinance access, and community infrastructure, which address the underlying conditions that often give rise to insecurity. Digital platforms can democratize engagement, enabling citizens, especially in remote areas, to participate in consultations, report security concerns in real time, and access information. Technology also expands the reach of peace education campaigns that reinforce values of tolerance and civic responsibility. Effort to mainstream peace building into school curricula, community organizations, and media narratives help cultivate a culture of nonviolence and mutual respect. These educational foundations strengthen the long-term resilience of societies against polarization and conflict. Professional training for dialogue facilitators, negotiators, and conflict analysts enhances the quality and credibility of engagement processes. Skilled mediators are equipped to manage tensions, navigate entrenched positions, and sustain momentum toward constructive outcomes. Nigeria's security challenges are either sudden or isolated. They are the product of historical marginalization, governance deficits, competition over resources, economic insecurity, and weakened societal contrast. Addressing these complex realities demand a response that is equally nuanced and collaborative. Dialogue offers a means of confronting not just the symptoms of insecurity, but these root causes. As the nation contends with these present trials, the urgency of inclusive conversation cannot be overstated. In bridging
You're welcome to yet another edition of our program, Arena, on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. Our program, Arena, is where we dissect, give detailed insight on some national and international issues. I am still your anchor, Rex Arum, and our topic for today is opposition politics in Nigeria. It will be seen that there seems to be opposition against the ruling APC in Nigeria. But from many quarters, from some quarters, they believe, that school of thought do not believe that the present opposition political parties in Nigeria are living up to expectation. And that is exactly why there seems to be a whole lot of problems here and there politically. We have seen situations where Aneke has turned into a judge stepping into the decisions of courts and making decisions for the courts instead of implementing the decision of courts. These are a whole lot of things, and the political party is so affected and now threatening fire and brimstone as if heaven will be let loose. But all the same, Nigeria is preparing for 2027 elections, which will elect a new leader for the country that will pilot the affairs of the country for the next 4 years, starting from next year's June 29th. And I have in the studio to help lend voice to this topic, Mazi Solomon Achekano, a public affairs commentator. You're welcome to the studio.
Thank you, Rex. Thank you for having me.
Mazi Achekano, our topic, opposition politics in Nigeria, is quite a topic in a front burner. We can see that the ruling APC that is controlling over 30 states and counting is still wanting to dominate. Some people say it's moving Nigeria into a war party state. How true is that assertion?
Well, thank you, Rex, for having me here. While you were doing introduction to this topic, you made some aversion to the fact that there is indeed the need for opposition. In politics, my late father used to say that politics is just a civilized way of wrestling for power, for control. political parties set up to have people in offices, in political office. And when one of them happens to be, if you like, majority, or takes executive position, it is meant for other political parties, because it is to their interest that they point out the mistakes, those things that the ruling party is not doing right, the things they ought to be doing that they are not doing. But of course, it is also to the advantage of the ruling party if they can keep the opposition quiet. But in all of that, what is the purpose for rulership? It is for providing direction, for decisions, for course of actions, for the people. For the people. And of course, it is the people that make up the political parties and even the opposition, whether it is ruling or opposition. So, to answer your question, the politics in Nigeria as it stands, in terms of partisan politics, because of the majority of states, the number of states that the ruling party, my party, APC, is having, does not suggest that there is no opposition. There is opposition, but it is for them to do their job. The ruling party cannot be doing the job of the opposition.
So, I want to ask you, has the opposition in Nigeria fared well? Do you think they have actually been very constructive in imposing the government in power, like you earlier said, that it is struggle for the control and power? And we saw opposition, party during 2015 elections, and they struggled and wrested power from the incumbent president. And now, do you think there could be such an opposition party that could take away power from the incumbent, given the fact that so many things are not going well in the polity? I want to mention particularly there has been issue of insecurity, which government seem to have been overwhelmed by, and could not actually give an answer, because the moment government is attacking the insecurity this way, it happens the other way. Attacking the insecurity the other way, it happens the next place. So it seems that government has not been able, and the opposition seems to be using that. But I'm asking, have we had very constructive, virile opposition in Nigerian politics today?
Of course, we've had the opposition. I've been in the opposition. All Progressive Congress has been in the opposing party to the People's Democratic Party.
Yes, I said wrestling power.
Yes, in wrestling power, in elections are different. What happens for elections has to do with the quality of those contesting election. But in running government, in running the state itself, opposition, that's where the opposition is really meant to be. Opposition doesn't come to life during the elections. The opposition party must show themselves better, must show themselves during the operations of government, that the ruling party is not doing, like I said earlier, it's not doing what they ought to be doing. And they ought to be, the opposition party should be in a position to present to the people a better option. They should be able to say that, like you said, security, they should be able to tell Nigerians
what better option they have than what is already going on or what the government is already doing. They do not expect to have people vote for them during election. If prior to that, prior to every election, they've not been able to convince anybody otherwise, you know. And then again, I said, for election, it really, any party winning election, you see, simply deals with the quality of those who contest under their platform. You know, those they are flag bearers and all of that. You know, and sometimes, and in fact, in the case of Nigeria, over the time, it's been a matter of weeks.
That's what I'm saying. Have the opposition in Nigeria actually fared well? The present opposition, has it fared well? Has it been able to hold the ruling party accountable? And has it been able to tell the people what the ruling party ought to do and that they are not doing? That is exactly where I'm going.
Yes, up to the moment where the All Progressives Congress, my party, took over. Yes, as the opposition party, we did well. We held
the present opposition I'm talking about.
I don't know.
Your party is the incumbent.
The moment APC came on board, I doubt if we had any opposition really.
That's exactly that is exactly what I actually want you to be able to tell me, whether you have really had the kind of opposition that your party was. You know, your party was, and why is it so?
I think that at a point, I think at a point we had a situation where the ruling party at the time got to if you like to use the word lazy. They felt they could do anything and get away with it. They felt they could tell the people anything and they believed them and they were not questioned. But again, like I said, it is the job of the opposition party to show the people alternatives, better alternatives. And that is what, over the years, the All Progressives Congress, before then, they were bits and pieces before they got into that merger. You know, you had the ACN, you had the CPC, you had these other parties, you had the ABGA. So at the various places of the country, there were issues that the government of the day at the time were not able to carry, for the people. And the opposition at the time made use of their, if you like, their nonchalance, the nonchalance of those who were in power then. Because when you talk about political party, it's actually the human beings. And the political party is like this chair I'm sitting on. If it decides to give way, I will fall. So the parties are really like platforms. They are really like tables where people come and stand. So it's the people, it's the people occupying the positions that should be held accountable. Even though most times we look at the parties. So like I said, for elections, it's actually the quality of the individuals who stand for election. And after election, you don't remove the fact from the quality. It is when if you put in
half-baked, if you like, leadership to carry out a task. When he gets there, he or she gets there, of course, you do not expect him or her to do any better. But the job of the opposition is to pinpoint that. And it is even to the advantage of the opposition or the officer to take heed from what is being talked about.
Pointed out.
Yes. And that's the advantage we should have. We should be looking at when we talk about opposition. So, but unfortunately, as a politician, I find it disheartening that after the All Progressives Congress came into power, what ought to have been a strong opposition tended to want to instead fit into the power, the ruling party, instead of standing aside and showing the people that they did the wrong thing to have even voted them out. And that is what you are finding now, where, as you said, it seems that Nigeria is turning to be a one-party state. But I can assure you that there are dissenting voices here and there, but they are really not a composed opposition, because even in the politics, even in the orchestration of bringing out a candidate in the parties, the opposition party should be looking into what is done in the party, in throwing up the candidates, even in the congresses. They should be looking at all this is part of this. But instead of presenting the opposition as we ought to have it, the other parties are instead wanting to be part of what is going on, and that is why we have what we have now, and it's unfortunate.
Okay, now you are alluding to the opposition political parties, some of who came under the platform to have actually joined the ruling party. I want to ask. You see, for members of the executive and the judicial and the legislature that have deemed it expedient to join the ruling APC or cross carpet into APC, I want to ask: does it mean that the party where they are from are sharing the same ideology, or does it mean that those persons do not have party ideology, or they no longer believe in the ideology of their own party, within which it resulted into, going to the next political party? Or do we see them as sellout, or having sabotage, or induced, or wooed into joining the ruling party and decamping or abandoning the party or the platform that brought them into power?
Right. The executive can only be one party. And fortunately, what we have now is the All Progressive Congress as the executive, at the national, at the presidency. But don't forget that the APC came about from a merger of various groupings, political groupings.
I know.
Nigeria is a vast place, it's a vast country. it's not like just Enugu State. Enugu State themselves, the Enugu State has its own peculiarities from Ebonyi, from Anambra. They have their various kinds of problems, their needs. What you have in the legislature is entirely different from what you expect of the executive. Now, a legislator simply is going there to represent his people, the needs of his people, what water, electricity, whatever, roads, well-being, even the economy. And a good representative truly going there to represent his people or her people will seek the platform best for him or her to do such. So it is not to call anybody any names. If you find that All Progressive Congress is better than whatever party it was that took you there in the first instance, you could have as well, or rather those who are cross-carpeting or who have done so already, they could as well get out of their party, form another one, and of course we have so many political parties in Nigeria registered by Aneke. They could form another one, get it registered, or they could go to any of these other more silent political parties. I can't remember that there is a political party called the ADC before now, or even before the last election, Labour Party. I know they all exist, but they were not in quotes like the big political parties as it were.
Like the PDP and the APC.
So it is really wrong for anyone to call any legislator any name.
No, nobody.
But then again, it is part of the politics. Like I said, whatever political party is there to control administration, power, as it were. And those who go to represent us, they go there to represent our interests, and they look for the platform best for them to do so.
Okay, even when a platform has taken you up to be elected, you look for another platform upon which you operate.
Of course, if at any point in time you find that where you are is no longer helping you to do
what you want to do,
asked you to do, because you didn't go there on your own. You went there on the auspices of the people. The people said, go represent us by the votes that were
but sometimes the people will demand certain things from the legislature, and those things are not done based on the yearnings and collective aspiration of such persons. Remember that these legislators, people ceded their franchise. It is a contract for them to represent them, and the purpose of having that representation or having their franchise all together put is to actually align with their collective aspirations. And in Nigeria, people have been talking about the amendment of the Electoral Act. And overwhelmingly, a lot of people said there should be a transmission real time, that is section 60, subsection 3 of the Electoral Act as amended 2026. Yet, the National Assembly did not do that, which started making people to talk against what they have done. Beyond that, the House of Representatives, after passing theirs on real time, real-time transmission of elections results that will bring about a free, fair, and transparent election. It was not done because the House of Reps, after passing it, came back and did a millennium somersault where they now removed what they earlier passed. So to suit the whims and caprices of their party, to suit their party, because the Senate already insisted on removing the real time and adding a clause that where there's a glitch or failure of transmission, then the Form EC8 after signing becomes the source of the result. So, and these are what the people wanted. Yet, the representatives of the people abdicated in their responsibility. So because of the fact that you said that wherever you feel that is good enough for you to get what the representation that your people needs, you go there. So, but it does not happen like that.
Well, Rex, you and I are seated here in the studio. I don't think any one of us participated in that, in the discussions, in the deliberations. People in Igbo parlance will say, "We manka, also."
Meaning?
Meaning that when you think you know what is going on, you really do not know. We can say all we can say. The public can do, demonstrate and all of that. Even those who are not politicians are smarter than politicians from what they say. But get one of them into office, and they don't believe indeed that was what the person they just removed from office.
Okay, we are going to pause here for a break. When we come back, we'll continue our discussion on our topic, opposition politics in Nigeria. Viewer, please don't go away. Stay tuned. We shall come back and continue. And our guest, Maz Solomon Achekano, he's a lawyer, is still here.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is let's have our environment secured so that the investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV. Yeah, you're welcome back. We are still on our program, Arena, on Aneke TV. And I am your host, Rex Arum. And with me in the studio is the lawyer, Maz Solomon Achekano. He's also a public affairs commentator. And he's lending voice to our topic, opposition politics in Nigeria. And let me, before we went on break, we were talking about, I want to actually find out from you, how do you rate the present political opposition in Nigeria? The political parties that we have, are they living up to their billing?
Rex, I've said it. I don't know how you want me to say it again.
Yes.
They are not.
So what's their problem?
I wouldn't know because I'm no longer in opposition. I've been in opposition for, I don't know, since since 2000 actually, when I went into UNPP. From UNPP I went into Accord Party. From Accord Party I came back and joined AC, and then we all merged. I had a little stint with ABGA, and then we all merged and became All Progressives Congress. All of this was simply to get power, get into the corridors of power, and do the necessary. The things that we felt the party at the time, and incidentally, I was one of the foundation members of the PDP. I was the first, the foundation state auditor of the PDP. I was the convener of PDP in my local government and in the local government. And we all had this thing about, helping our people, and giving our people direction, helping them to make the right decisions for taking the right course of actions for their well-being, at the time. And then we had those that were elected on the platform of the PDP at the time, various offices, and we were doing well. But then again, you see that, like I said, there were those who started with us in PDP, even after the election, didn't stay with us. There were those who started with AD, they didn't stay with AD. There were those who started with APP, or I think it was APP then, they didn't stay with APP, they joined the PDP the moment the PP came. So what is happening now is not new. But like I said, it is for opposition parties. When a party becomes an opposition party, the moment it is no longer, or it doesn't carry majority in the House, in the legislature, not necessarily where it is not in the executive. In the House, that's where the opposition truly is alive. So in Enugu State, after the last election, Labour commanded the majority. But what do we have today? Most of them have joined the All Progressives Congress. They've crossed over. Like I said, everyone who is in the legislature is there on representative status. And it is assumed, I do strongly believe so, that they are there to represent our interest, the interest of our people. And it is to their advantage that they do whatsoever it is to stick with any structure or follow a process that will help them indeed represent their people better. Now, it is for the opposition parties to say otherwise. It is for the opposition party to say no, that honorable so person ought not to have crossed over to so party. Because he could have done this, he could have done that. Now you are talking about, earlier on you were talking about the electoral law and all that.
Yes.
Any legislator will look at the pros and the cons of any situation. Look at the possibility of even such a law being effective. Forget about the efficiency of it yet. The efficiency will lie with the operators, those who will be made to carry out the law. But any Nigerian will know that the normal universal law does not hold in Nigeria. So when anything comes on, we have so many laws. As far as I know, we have so many laws. But the problem is in the implementation. So a smart fellow, our laws really are meant for lawbreakers, not for clean people like me, you know. So, but any smart fellow will be looking at where can I break? Where can I break? And the little intelligence I have says that you cannot catch a criminal unless you think like one. And I give it to our legislators that they look at the law that helps with election in Nigeria. They must think first of themselves, you know, and then before letting any law pass through, they must be able to pass, you know, the litmus test that they too will be able to pass through the law. So the people may be expecting, like you said, expecting a certain procedure or process to be stated in what they have, or in the process of what they are doing. But he who wears the shoe knows where indeed it pinches. And,
okay, he who wears the shoes knows where it pinches, and the lawmakers should be able to make a law first, thinking about themselves.
Yeah.
And that could be why they abdicated in the collective aspiration of the people that ceded their franchise to them. That could be why. That could be why. That's it could be, it could not be. I want to ask you. You see, it's been in the front burner. The present situation in Nigeria is that the opposition political party is being intimidated, being made to leave partisan politics. You know, the persons in opposition are made not to go about with their vision and aspiration to lead Nigeria, not to go about pointing out the inept areas in the present administration. Consequently, it is being alleged or alluded to that the APC has a hand in what Aneke did to the main coalition political party that has just started and is thriving, and then there's been the registering, or okay, not the registered for instance, but the names of their National Working Committee have been removed from the Aneke portal, and maybe on a way to interpret a Court of Appeal decision which says status quo ante bellum, when the Gombe faction and the Mark faction now, it is now seen as a faction. So the INEC, by removing the names of the National Working Committee members, not recognizing them, Do you think it is within the confines of the law? Because you are a lawyer.
Is forget the issue about being lawyer or no lawyer. Are you assuming or are you really saying what is going?
I am asking.
Okay. Now,
that INEC removed based on the interpretation of status quo antebellum by the Court of Appeal.
Is that what they said?
Yes.
That they removed people's names because of something?
Because lawyers wrote to them.
No. Are you saying?
Lawyers wrote to them and asked them not to recognize. And they went ahead
and
removed their names, yes.
Because lawyers wrote to them?
Yes, the lawyers of the...
So where is that to me? If I write to you and tell you that you should close Aneke TV because it's discussing issues that are inimical to my development or to whatever, then do you close it?
It's not me that will close it.
What I'm trying to say to you, sir, is that I think that this whole discussion is about opposition. Opposition should do their job. We've established so far that the opposition party has failed in recent times. We can talk from now till tomorrow. It is the job of opposition political parties. If a political party feels too small to do the opposition, to do the needful thing, it should be able to reach out to there are a number of political parties. I think you should know now the number of political parties that are so much in Nigeria, and they are not deregistered. They are there. Even after the deregistration by INEC after the last election, we still have quite a number of them. So if any one political party feels too small or inefficient, it should be able, that's why it's a political party, it should be able to reach out to one or two others or more. And they merge themselves, even if it is a pressure group.
That is exactly what I'm saying. There's a political party that has already done the needful. And they are in the process of participating
they don't need
election. I'm trying to say that the umpire, who is supposed to be independent umpire, is playing the role of courts. That's exactly what I just asked.
Okay. Now, if that is what
they're supposed to play the role of courts?
Whatever role they play, whatever a decision INEC or even the ruling party or even the president takes, he does that on behalf of his ruling party, of the party. INEC is an independent structure.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Now, it is the role of the opposition. It is the role of the opposition to say, look, you are not supposed to do that. And what do? You go to court. You go to court. Either as an individual or as a body of people.
What, you know that when you are an organization,
you and I can think that.
Excuse me, when you're an organization, you are an umpire.
Yes.
There are certain things that you do, and it will begin to erode trust and confidence.
Of course.
And if it so happens, then what will Nigerians believe when you come out to make rhetoric statements that you're going to give Nigerians free, fair, and credible election?
Yes.
Because we are talking about an unbiased umpire here. But when the umpire begins to derail, begins to do things they ought to do, then there'll be an erosion of confidence. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Of course.
If there is this erosion of confidence, that's why I'm saying that what the unbiased umpire, INEC, did to the political opposition, and of course the strongest political opposition we have in Nigeria presently, may make them not to participate in the elections.
at all. Okay. That is exactly what I'm saying. Whatever the opposition should do is the needful. And the needful is to accost INEC and to court. If they don't do it, the best other thing is to present credible candidates.
No, which candidates?
No, look, you see, hold on. Over the years, you see, we've had people walk out from the legislature. They've walked out from, they threatened not to take part in the election. But what are you doing by doing so? You give way to the continuation of
that's exactly what I'm saying. Good. But in the present circumstance, the umpires are now subjecting the opposition not to participate at all, giving way to a political party.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Is it right?
Your question is it right?
Yes.
And I am saying that it is the opposition to say that it is not right.
No.
And I am telling you as an individual, whether not because I am APC, but I am telling you as an individual that it is not right where an umpire that is supposed to be independent, not partial, not partisan, is showing himself or herself so. But it is not enough for me to say it is not right. I should be able to make a move, provide a venue for changing that wrong to right. And it is the courts. It is the opposition party. As an individual, I have made my opinion. But as an individual, I may not be able to shake INEC. I may be able to do so if I get a number of people together. Either going to an already existing political party or get myself forming a new one, or getting those who are of like minds, those who see the wrong that has been done. We get ourselves together and we go to court. The court is the only place where any wrong can be addressed, not by rhetorics or by calling anybody names, or because at the end of the day, my brother, even after going to court, you still need to sit down and amongst ourselves choose those quality persons. There are still personalities in country that have not shown themselves worthy of leadership.
That is not exactly the problem here. The problem is politics is a game of interest. It is only those who comes out. And the only way evil will subsist in any given society is for honest men to stay aloof and say nothing.
Yes.
Remember. So, and if Nigerians do not step forward to condemn the act of an independent umpire trying to stop an interested political party that's opposing.
Trying to.
Yeah, that's a.
They have stopped. You don't think of what they want to do.
Yes,
before they do it.
Because you say there are options of going to court and options of other. So they are on it already. They are trying. They are working hard because they already have removed their names from the portal, which means that they cannot field candidates. For instance, the staggered elections in Ekiti and Ondo. That party cannot field candidates for that election as a result of that situation. And then you have the timetable already. By the time you go to court and then you talk about the Nigerian court, because you said that universal laws, they don't, you know, work in Nigeria. So you see, it is also economic laws, policies. They don't work in Nigeria. And so many other things, because there are certain factors that are inherent in Nigeria. And I believe you know. And I believe you know these factors. And these factors are what we are trying to say. But you seem to find it very difficult to point at those factors as is inherent in Nigeria, that is playing out in the present circumstance.
Well, it's not that I find it difficult to. It is assumed that we all know these things, and I don't need to come here and then begin to name them one by one. But of course, I tell you that. Hold on. No. I'm not supposed to, because it is assumed that everybody knows. If you are a Nigerian, not everybody. If you are a Nigerian, because there are some who are in Nigeria, but they are not Nigerians. And there are also Nigerians who really do not behave like Nigerians. And there are Nigerians who pretend that what is going on is normal. But I have said to you that the normal things that can happen universally ordinarily have problems in Nigeria. And there is a fundamental reason for that. It can be it can come in various colorations from wherever you are coming from, whether you are from any of the geopolitical zones you are coming from. But what I am saying is that if, as what we are talking about is opposition, and the thriving of opposition, the only thing that can make opposition thrive is consistency, commitment to good governance. In this case, good governance. And it is for the people. It must be for the people. Even if it is not by the people, because some of our legislators are not even there by the people. But it must be for the people, because what we are talking about now is the people that will go there and vote. It's the people who know that these people are there for our sakes. It is the people who know that they must go vote. They must insist that results are recorded in this way, in this manner, and transmitted in this manner, and this manner, it will be best. It is the people. But everybody cannot be talking to Aneke at the same time. That's why you have representation. But unfortunately, in this case, we have our representatives all wanting to be in the ruling party, in the party that has presented the executive. For whatever reason they have, it is, I assume, for the benefit of the people they are there for. But that does not take away the needful position of the opposition parties. The political parties must do the needful thing. For instance, if I was in the House of Assembly and I was elected on the platform of Labour Party, was I a member of Labour Party at the time I was elected? If I was, there are constitutions of the political parties. Outside of that, the country has constitution.
Okay, I think we've been choked by time.
Okay.
That is the best we can take from this program today. This is where we call it a day on arena and the opposition politics in Nigeria. I thank you, Mazi Solomon Achikano, for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, viewer. Remain blessed. Don't go away. Always watch Aneke TV Arena at all times. This is where we go. Thank you.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
The Easter night, Holy Saturday. From the Last Supper, Christ goes into hiding. In the church, every church is dead. No Mass is celebrated on Good Friday. No Mass is celebrated as such on Holy Saturday. The only Mass that will be celebrated on Saturday will be the Mass of the Resurrection. That Christ has stayed in the grave for 3 days, but is now rising. He has defeated ills, defeated wickedness, defeated all forms of human limitation, so to say. Then we have the resurrection. The resurrection by the Easter Vigil, and the falling of our first fathers, the betrayal by Judas Iscariot, his main persecution, all these things are false. But that gave rise to our eternal hope, the resurrection. That is the Holy Week for you. A very, very solemn week. A very, very sacred week for all Christians. It's a week that nobody should should in any way hurt the other. What should be expressed is love, love, love all the time. A very reflective week, because it teaches us the very essence of our being. Suffering, pain, struggle, then rise. Never give up. That is what the Holy Week teaches us. Never give up, even in the worst situation.
Easter is a time that we need to introspect into the very essence of the season. The season is a season of salvation. We must seek Jesus now to be saved. If you believe in Jesus, the Bible said, if you believe in him, you will be saved. For there is no other way, no other name given among men whereby we can be saved except Jesus. Number 2, in relation to our fellow human beings, please live in love. It is out of love that he came to die for us. He came to die our death. He took our punishment and died our death that we may live. So let us learn also to serve one another in love and to ensure that we live peaceably with people. And all these vices that Jesus died for, please let us eschew them and walk in holiness in this season. May the Lord bless you, and may you continue to enjoy many more Easter celebrations. Happy Easter, Nigerians. God bless you.
There's no other religious leader anywhere, without mentioning any, that had been dead and resurrected, and that's why Jesus is significant. And when we say that Christ is the only way, it's not just a matter of talking. It's not a way of speaking. It is the reality. He is the Son of God. He is God himself, died, raised again from the dead so that we can have life. Those of us who believe in him, though we are dead, we shall live again. The hope of eternal life is because of the resurrection. And that is significant and unique to Christianity.
Easter is not just a church celebration. It is a revival call. It is God announcing. Let me shock you. It's God announcing to everybody what was dead can come alive again. This is a time to rededicate your life, rededicate your family, rededicate your business, rededicate your church. It's a time to ask for renewal of what appears to have been lost or dead.
My message to our people is to first understand what the celebration is all about. The celebration is the death and resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. The celebration is the cross mark of what brought about Christianity, because without Christ dying on the cross and bringing salvation and resurrecting, there won't be anything like Christianity. So my message is for our people to keep hope alive, to continue to believe in the country Nigeria, to continue to pray for the leaders, from the presidency to the governors, to the local government chairman, down to the councillors, even to our traditional rulers, all that have found themselves in the position of authority. For whatever decision they take, one way or the other affects every one of us. So we continue to pray for them, continue to trust God, that as He has resurrected Christ from death, so shall Nigeria and our economy and our hope be resurrected.
My message to the Christians as we celebrate the Easter, the whole world, is peace, love, that we expect from every Christians. As Christ died for us, we should try and emulate the peaceful nature of Christ. He gave us the platform to live with one another, to stop killing, because killings are too much in Nigeria. Those are involved in killings, the peaceful Christians should desist from that. We implore everyone to live with one another, because we are one before God.
The message is, God is our refuge. He is our hope. And because He has conquered death, I want to assure you, don't be discouraged. Remain faithful. And if you say you are a Christian, live like one. The challenge we have today is, people mouth Christianity, nothing to show for it. You are a child of God, live like one. God will never fail you.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrasts, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Farther north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share. From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Good day, viewer. We are already in the midst of the last days of the Lenten season 2026, and we thank God for keeping us alive. And we continue to mourn for those who have died during the Palm Sunday, killed by whatever forces. And we continue to hope for better days ahead for the average Nigerian. We hope that we are going to get those days that people used to feel free traveling all over the place. But having said that, may the departed rest in peace. And having said that, we don't know. We are looking at this issue of providence, wealth, and poverty. Some people will refer us to our brother Shakespeare, William Shakespeare, where through the voice of Brutus and others, he said, "The fault, dear comrades, is not in our stars, it is in us." But the Bible also tells us that wealth and poverty are they flow from the hand of the Creator. I don't know whether it is true. We don't know whether it is not true. So with me in the studio to look into this issue of providence, wealth, and poverty, we have by my left our regular discussant, a reverend in charge of, in fact, growing up young ones. He is Reverend Carlo Oka. Reverend, welcome to the program.
Thank you, sir.
And by my immediate right, we have our brother who is in charge of peace and conflict resolution. That is his own area of interest. He is Mazi Nnameka Anuchukwu. Gabriel, welcome to the program.
Prof, thank you very much.
And then by his right, we have our brother Ezem Gwoko, but by name Chukwudi Ugu. He is a cultural ambassador. Ambassador, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
So maybe I will start with you. This issue of providence, wealth, and poverty. What do you think about it? Because we get confused. I know that last time when we met, he was talking of the people that people don't want to work. The Bible also says, look at the ant and learn from it. or you die of poverty. So this issue of providence went above it. I've just quoted one part of the Bible and another part of the Bible.
Well, providence, the first question we ask providence is, what is providence?
Thank you.
To me, providence is about the making available of whatever, be it human resources, be it natural resources, for the good of a human being or a collective of people.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
That's the definition of providence. Providence, Namaka.
Providence from can I say from the divine point of view,
okay,
is divine enablement.
Okay.
That He, God Almighty, as He who lives between the cherubim, bestows on those He created.
Okay.
To make life very, very good for them.
What living? Pastor, providence. What is providence? Because that's what he started with.
Yeah, providence is anything you receive from the Almighty.
Okay.
Be it kind, be it cash, be it favor. A release from the divine supreme being.
So I think people call it grace too.
Grace. Yes, grace is just like things that greases your effort.
Okay.
Yes, it's not actually, of course, they might have bearing.
Okay.
Yes, they might have bearing.
Okay.
For your ability to do anything, there is an amount of release that comes from God in the order of strength or wisdom and enablement to fulfill.
Okay. So let me get back to Ezemwoko. Now, is there a relationship between this providence and wealth?
Yes, there is a relationship between providence and wealth, especially if it is coming from the divine realms.
Okay.
For instance, in Igbo culture and our cosmology, there is something called Agu.
Agu.
Yes. And Agu is energies resident in lineages.
Okay.
Transmitted through the DNA. For instance, there are families or lineages that have what you call medicine pharmacy. Some will have orthopedic medicine.
Okay.
Yes. And some other people will have like divination.
Yes.
And in the sense of creativity.
Okay.
And all that.
So they are good dancers.
Yeah, or singers.
And good singers.
Creative people.
Yes,
performers,
very creative.
Performers.
Performers.
So these things are enablements that come with the divinity and is resident in cultures and lineages.
Okay. Yes. So let me get to Nameka. Now that he has, what do you have to say about this, providence and wealth? Because we are going to still get to another element.
Briefly, I accept that there is a relationship between providence and wealth. For instance, most people who are gifted in a special field of life, like, as he said, divination, oratory, some people are good speakers.
Yes,
when they speak, they can hold the whole nation. They will stand as if they are hypnotized.
They will hypnotize
And
the
then
nation.
when he's speaking, somebody will tell you, this is how his grandfather speaks. That is that argo. I believe in that argo. That is the channel, the pantheon. You get me? Through that people connect to, and that's why whenever you are not just connected to that creativity, that speciality in life, it means so. That's what draws people to this ogu ego. When you hit that you are argo, I enable cosmology, that spirit of intelligence, wisdom, music. Whenever you get to a talent, where it says, even the Bible said, honor God, do the will of God, and seek the kingdom of God, and other things will be handed out to you. So the kingdom of God is aligning yourself with that gifts in your lineage, interwoven in your DNA. That is called algo from Igbo cosmology. Then, wait, Queen of Sheba will come in to see what Solomon is doing. with gold, fracking bronze, and you command billions of naira without doing okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, Reverend, you are listening to my brothers what they are saying about, providence and wealth, and they are mentioning all these, forces and so on.
Reverend is a man born again now.
Providence, I think, is a back-to-back issue.
Yes.
Because there are people that God has given abilities to achieve certain things, yet they are poor. There are people God has given the privileges to access opportunities.
Like Africans.
Yet, either because of ignorance or because of
whatever,
they don't have the wherewithal and they remain poor. So, in one hand, providence has a relationship with wealth.
Okay.
In the other hand, if you don't apply certain principles, certain rules, like working hard, there are certain things that cannot be thrown down from heaven. So in that case, I will say that providence, as he placed there, does not have a relationship with wealth, because that person must have to work to become wealthy, or you take a shortcut.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. You have had him. I
want to react to
yes. Yes.
See, when you talk about poverty and wealth, I want us to distinguish between being wealthy and being rich. They're two different things.
Yeah. Okay.
One can be rich in the sense that he has material things to show for it. Like he has a car, he has a fat bank balance, he has, he has a yacht, he has a rocket, the likes of Elon Musk, and other people who we have around, the rich. Then maybe Christmas, he comes, distributes rice, and everybody's jumping up and down, killing themselves to take rice. He's a rich man. But wealth comes with a level of contentment. A wealthy person doesn't run around chasing money. Money chases the wealthy person. Because the arrow is manifested fully, and it's the arrow that attracts that money. Take for instance, somebody is a very wonderful orthopedic. He's an old man who lives in Ogulu or wherever. But people come from orthopedic hospital in Enugu and they are referred to him to go there and take treatment. Is that not wealth? He doesn't need to run away from his house. He doesn't chase money. Money chases him. That's wealth. And he's contented. And he might get to him and say, okay, keep 17 naira on the ground. When this works, come and do Thanksgiving.
Okay.
That's wealth. But being rich is a derivative. Just like I said, in Africa, I've always been saying this. Africans are wealthy and Africans are rich. The upturning of the African psyche from these people, the usurpers of the land, the colonial masters, they came here and created money, fiat money, which now made us start chasing money instead of discovering our roots of who we are. We are the wealthy ones. They are not wealthy. That's the principle of colonization. So they came in here and they created poverty. Africans were not poor.
Okay.
With the dynamics of the economics, they created poverty. Because I argued this thing some time ago with a professor of economics and asked him, what is economics? Because when I read economics in my secondary school, they said it's a social science that deals with how man manages scarce resources. And I asked him a question, in what context is that? Is it in the context of the African environment or the context of the European environment? Because the Europeans have nothing and Africans are the rich ones, because since 1884 of the Berlin Conference, they have been stealing from Africa and it's not finished. So why Africans poor? Why are the Africans called poor?
We are going to come to that because there's something that he said which we are not looking at. He's talking about the application of a basic principle. So we get there.
All right. You are talking about basic principles that
no, because we are looking at sorry. Maybe you are right there. Because we are looking at providence, wealth, and then poverty. And he's trying to explain that Africans are not really poor, that we must separate between wealth and richness, and then poverty. And then looking at rich in terms of fiscal cash and such things. And then looking at wealth in terms of contentment and so on and so on. But, generally people think that, that people are poor, that because of providence, people have got rich. I know when we mentioned all those Agu and all those things, but we know that in my secondary school, class 1, one of my teachers called Kwenkwa, who was a pastor of the Anglican Church, then at CIC, Campus 2, then at Robinson Street, who always been taught about walk and pray, walk and pray. And it's always important. If you don't walk, there's no way that you are, if you don't walk, there's nothing that is going to turn those natural resources into something concrete. So we have, that's what we are talking about.
The relationship between principles and wealth creation.
Yes, and then what he said, and then what he's saying.
So what the thing is that even if
because the
God
viewer,
is with
the viewer must understand certain things. Otherwise, because we must guide, particularly the young ones.
Even when you have providence,
yes,
that is the capacity given to you by Almighty God, innate in you. You need to activate it through work. It's a process. The laws of sowing and reaping.
Okay.
You must labor before you acquire.
Okay.
You can't just say because the grace of God is upon you, Allah Jesus Christ is with you, then you do not put what you have to do in practice. You need to work. So that's the process of earning.
Okay.
There must be work in the process of earning. There is no prayer or Holy Ghost fire or casting and binding that can make, if I have my phone, my airtime is flat, that I will pray and invoke Ago. Then my phone, my line will go without inputting another airtime.
Data.
It's impossible.
No, what is possible? Let me go to him now because
it's not possible.
It's not possible.
It's abracadabra. It's not possible.
There is
it's
something that Eze Walker said that we are wealthy.
Yes.
The Europeans are rich.
Yes.
Or something like that.
Yes.
You see,
they stole from us to be rich.
You see, let's not go there. Let's not go there.
Yes.
We are talking about the line.
Yes.
The lacuna between prosperity, wealth, poverty, and all those things. Now, you can be rich and not wealthy.
Yes.
You can be rich and not wealthy.
Which is possible.
You can be intelligently rich,
but
lack the productivity capacity of translating your intelligence into resources. You can have full certificate and everywhere, but still go about begging.
Of course.
Now, poverty plays a vital role in the life of a person that lacks proper application of what you know and your ability. So it is one thing for one to be rich. It's another thing for one to be wealthy. And somebody that is rich and wealthy always fear that he won't get poor tomorrow. And what do? You keep on updating, enhancing yourself. Now, when you are growing in a life and suddenly something happens to you that you land crash, then you now ask yourself, where did I get it wrong? It's either the Agu is after you from your village, or there is an attack from our spiritual perspective. There's an attack, or there is a misappropriation of either principle or abuse of a process of getting to where you ought to have gotten. So to be rich is something, to be wealthy is another thing entirely.
No, I understand that. So
to be poor is an inevitable end when once you fail to apply the right process.
Beautiful. I think we'll take it up from there. We come back, after this little break, then we continue. Because we want to get to a point whereby the listener or the viewer would know that poverty is not caused by Europeans.
Good.
Or by one man in the village.
Okay.
Or by another person, one woman in the village.
Okay.
But by the failure to apply,
or by the inability to accept Jesus.
We are saying the same thing. But by the inability of the person to apply basic principles of life that would bring about wealth creation.
Yes.
Something like that. So I think we'll take it up from there.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news.
You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Yeah, so back into the action, as my brother has said. Before we enter into the studio, we were having a challenge, and that challenge was, why are we so back? Because somebody gave, we don't know whether it is true or not, but as someone, they said that Jos is burning. Then I said that the Igbos have lost everything, that our fathers were doing well, and that even after the war, 8 years after the war, they produced a vice president, they produced judges, they produced solid ministers, not just any minister. They produced everything. They had MPN, they had UPN, Oyibo Dinamadu, they had PDP, MPP, Nnamdi Azikiwe, they had GMPP, the deputy presidential candidate was, and there was no political party that could be without an Igbo man. Just like today, there's nothing that you can do without a Fulani man. Are we together? Yeah. And that is about work. It's about effort. And that's what we have come here to look at now. No, looking at that effort, we are looking at, people are looking at, when somebody is poor, he will say that it was caused by the gods. And that's the area that we have now moved. So we want to look at that. Is it true that the gods make people rich or poor? That is what I want to summarize now.
Okay.
So you.
Yes, it is possible. It is possible because if we understand that the spiritual controls the physical, we see the possibilities of these things. And when we talk about hard work, we also ask a question. Haven't you seen people pushing barrows since 1970 in this main market? Does it make them rich?
No, it's wrong application. That's what.
No, hold on a second.
Wrong application.
We're talking about hard work. They work hard. Yes, they work hard. But the question is this.
Dimensions.
What's the exactly?
Dimensions.
The dimension
differ.
comes in.
Dimensions differ.
Then again, you can see somebody who has been reading all the time. Every night you see him reading. If you come to the exam, you fail. There are factors. There are other hidden factors behind hard work.
Not discovered. When I was at this, let me just use the surname, Mama. Let me not use the other name. Mama was one of the best readers at CIC, and Mrs. Udoku, our vice principal, was so much in love with him because he would read French. He was the best in French, but he would fail in every other subject. So Mrs. Udoku insisted on giving him special promotion every year. He would start reading from the first day and still fail every other paper except. So it's not about reading, it's about direction. It's about direction. That's, he mentioned certain things. Principles, application or misapplication of principles, they are important because I am looking at what you are looking at. But let me go into some of these things because he has mentioned a number of things. Is it providence that brings about wealth or poverty? Because he has tried to address it.
Providence brings wealth if you are aligned with the principles of the providence.
Okay.
You ought to align with the principles of providence.
Alignment. How do we align?
Aligning means if by providence you have been created, you have been formed, you are a system, you are wired to become
an engineer,
an orator, or a journalist, or an MC. Some people are MC, but they're billionaires.
That's what I'm talking.
Good. So then, and you left that MC and you went and read medicine. Chinua Achebe, when law was the in thing, that after the yesteryears, shifted and read literature. Some people who read law during that his own era. But watch the life of Chinua Achebe and those people who saw that law, they read law. See, so
why don't you use our brother Charlie Boy?
Charlie Boy,
Charlie Boy is good.
So a lot of this. So what I'm saying is that in as much as providence makes you rich when you are aligned with the principles of providence by aligning with the talent God has given to you, and providence makes you poor when you shift from. You could not key into what providence gave to you.
I don't think providence will make you poor.
Just to help you.
That's something.
Just to add to what you say. It's as simple as that.
But let me go. I don't believe it. I don't think you accept that
there is something I want us to understand. You know, you don't use the context of a barrel pusher to judge a medical doctor.
Good.
And say barrel pusher works hard. He will earn more than. Earn more than how? By what amount of money? You understand? That you use a medical doctor scenario to judge a medical doctor. They, both of them, you now judge the level of their input. Bible said, my people perish for lack of knowledge. There is what we call adequate, accurate knowledge for attainment. Until you get adequate, accurate,
yes,
it may be adequate, but it is not accurate. It may be accurate, but it has not got into the adequate level, the quantum level demanded for you to attain that certain level of managing providence. Now, sir, if, for instance, you have a lot around you, knowledge, understanding should be able to tell you, how will I translate this to a level by 5 years to come, I'll become relevant. Until you secure certain knowledge that will elevate you to that level, sir, someone that started 2 years behind you will come and cross you. So there is enough adequate level and accurate level of understanding and knowledge you will apply for you to get to where you want to go. Because you won't say, because God has done this, you now fold your leg. You need to make input, and it has to be rightly applied.
Please, I think yes, what he's saying now. Well, you know, I'm not against you reacting to it because my interest is to get these young ones and to get the viewer to apply themselves to value addition. Because if they get themselves applied to value addition, they are not going to blame just Europe. Because our blaming Europe has not solved any problem for us. Because Asia was ruled by both Europe and Japan.
Okay.
Then the rest of the world was ruled by even Britain. Okay. But look at where we are. And look at the rest of the world. Asia is even moving ahead. And look at the effort that even though they are being pummeled, I'm talking of Iran, but you can see that they are making effort. So say what you want to say.
What I want to say is this. It's
Yes.
very, very simple. The human being has other factors that propel him. There are people, for instance, who will have first class in the classroom, and people you see at the roadside creating things that people who have first class cannot even come close to. That is where I'm coming from. You know, because we're so jacked up with this Western education system, we will always want to ask, okay, fine. You were taught according to the dictates of the West. And sometimes I look at this system and say, we cannot grow in this system. We have professors of economics, professors of finance, and look at Nigeria. Everybody is poor. That's the reality.
That's the corruption.
That's it. And then the people who brought this system brought a system that is not supposed to work ab initio. Because you are taught how to be a civil servant, not to be an entrepreneur. That's the idea.
Okay, but why have we not? Why have we, because I don't want us to continue like that. Because why have we not changed that particular system?
We have not. Okay,
yes, I'm asking him.
Okay, please.
Why have we not changed
it? In continuation of your point of view, bad governance. Bad governance.
Yes, because, but why can't we change bad governance?
How can we change bad governance when truth is frustrated, when freedom is ransacked? You can, as a professor of government, you ought to advise the presidency, the governors, or as a professor of government, anything that concerns government, you need to be an authority that should not be questioned whenever you propose solutions to governmental problems, isn't it? But when you propose certain solutions to governmental problems, they will ask you to keep it away, keep it aside, that there's a way they do it here. So that's why some decent minds don't even delve into governance, into politics. Because they say that after being a professor of government, when I go there as a special advisor to the president, or when they don't allow me to do what I've read. Sorry, in university, that it's better I keep at academia. And so, what causes this is I call it self-imposed conspiracy of the internal state, that government. You get me? So, and this government is being teleguided from external forces to ensure that the economic imperialism and political imperialism continues. And that's why you cannot move beyond where they want you to move.
Yeah, but some people are moving.
Sorry,
My interest is not about the macro political economic issues. My interest is about the individual.
Okay.
The individual, myself, like Jude, or the individual like himself, Reverend Carlo. How is he going to make it or mar his progression in life?
All right, sir. It is good that we understand that we are on the planet Earth.
Yes.
And as long as the Earth is concerned, we are at the end time. As a result, there will be no better season on Earth.
End time.
There will be no better season on Earth. The Bible says perilous time must come where people will be lovers of themselves, lovers of money. You see, where people value themselves more than others. In fact, our heart is so biased that it is difficult to access help from one another. You begin to look at someone with so many thoughts going on before you assist the person. Even when you assist, you are at the mercy of God because you may become a victim. Now, you discover that the earth is not safe. God says there will be perilous time. And God says we should pray. We should pray so that we will not enter into temptation. There are certain things that the enemy has gadgeted that if you don't work with God, you become a victim.
Okay.
So as long as we are concerned, we have to grow to a level where we'll change our mindset.
Okay.
I want to better the society. I want to better humanity.
Okay.
I don't want to be casting blame.
Reverend,
that is the quota we can contribute.
Reverend, now we're in the world. Just as we try, I want you to round off in 2 seconds. What principles do we have to adopt to escape poverty and create wealth?
Well, the Bible says promotion cometh not from east, west, or south. It comes from the Lord. Do you know that prosperity doesn't fly on the air? God drops information in your heart. God drops ideas in your spirit being. And when you apply that idea, breakthrough comes.
Okay, so that means you believe with the Agwo. So now
I said God. I didn't say
Agwo.
I didn't say Agwo.
I didn't know.
I said God.
I know
And
what
my God is capital God.
No, God, there's God.
My God is capital God, not small God.
No, God creates.
Agwo is small God.
Well, fine. We are saying the same thing now. So that means, so the principle that will help you to escape poverty and create wealth.
I will be a little elaborate on this.
Okay.
Have any of us here read the Henry Kissinger report of 1974? The Foreign Secretary of America.
I've not read the full report, but I've read
the Henry Kissinger excerpts
of it.
It says Nigerians should not be allowed to enjoy their resources. And we must do all we can to strategically depopulate Nigeria. Do not underestimate the power of external forces in this country. Don't underestimate them.
That somebody say you will die. Will you accept
hold on. It's holding you and I here.
It cannot.
That's why you are talking about poverty.
It's a matter of belief. How can you subscribe to what somebody has said in 1974 and you believe it relevant
I want to ask you a question.
It's not possible now.
52 years later.
I want to ask you a question. Has your government taken IMF loan? I'm asking you.
He knows that now.
Has he taken IMF loan?
That is, I said.
So if he has taken IMF loan, it's affecting
you. We need to change our mindset.
Okay.
There are people in this country, Nigeria, that are not planning to travel out of this country.
Why should you travel out in the first instance? Why would you travel out of their country in the first instance?
No,
why should you?
Impossible.
Why should you?
Transit is impossible.
When you were coming from the richest part of the world.
There is no anything regarding anybody not to travel out.
Sorry. There are countries that don't mention God and things that want to go to Norway. Go to Norway, go to Denmark. You don't talk about God like us here.
Is it God that we are concerned?
What are we looking for?
No. I said that people have accepted the position that you mentioned God, and I said you mentioned Agwo and all this. So please, the principles. that would guide us.
Intuitively
Yes.
discover your talent, which is providence.
Yes.
Align with that your talent.
Good.
And maintain honesty.
Okay.
Whatever you do. Then the kingdom of wealth, because you have
Yes.
said the kingdom of God,
It flows
the kingdom
on
of God
its
will
own.
come to you
Flow on its own.
in a surplus proportion.
Okay.
Yes.
So, I think
whether the white man is there or
no,
not,
wait.
you
Let
succeed.
us leave the white man. Let us talk about ourselves.
The trouble we have that religion and the state have a unholy alliance to keep the people impoverished.
They have to keep you down there. That's the idea.
If the religion
let
will
us not go into
command
that
government
one.
to do something, they will
We
do
shall
something.
make
There's
our
an unholy
time.
alliance between government and the state.
He's not saying Christianity.
We shall
He
make
said
our
religion.
And
we shall
state
make our
have unholy alliance against the masses to
No,
impoverish
yes.
them.
No,
And when you're impoverished, you don't have mouth in politics.
Peace and
It's when
conflict.
you eat
Peace and
talk of
conflict,
politics.
man. We are trying to bring conflict here now. Please, we are not here for that kind of conflict. We are here to ensure that our young ones learn that they have to apply themselves to basic principles that create value addition, and then I'll enable them to now begin to understand what are those things. Where are what we call it in economics in those days? They call it not scale of preference, but what do you call that? The one where you have advantage.
Competitive advantage.
Fine, that's the word.
Advantage.
Find out where you have competitive advantage. And when you find it, you develop on it. Like somebody mentioned here, people are, what do we call it? MCs. And they're millionaires.
I'm
coming now. I'm coming now. No, we're not even doing well in Nigeria.
Okay.
Doing this work abroad, this work we are doing now, as moderator. I mean, you talk of this woman, the other woman in she has her own studio just for being a moderator.
Okay.
People are paid well.
Yeah, you speak everything.
It's an environmental.
No, so I'm coming now. I am coming. So the issue is, no matter the environment, you can rise above the environment.
Yes.
You can transcend the environment.
Sure.
People have been born poor and they ended up to be multi-billionaires.
Yes.
They ended up to be great. So we are not going to be looking at the environment and leave our own, God-given talent. We are going to look at our talent. We are going to look at what we have, and we are going to transcend, because it is possible for us to transcend no matter what the environment is saying, because we are above the environment. Man, when he applies his skill well, transcends what we call this. What do you call that that holds us to the ground? They call it gravity. Man, when he applies himself very well, he knows this thing will call, and my brother, they know that if you apply yourself, you transcend gravity.
Yes.
Michael Jackson, that's to the point where people say that Michael Jackson had transcended, gravity, even in dancing. So, whatever you have, whatever you want to call it. So, we want the viewer to understand that these things are possible. We want our people to know that we can transcend. That's why when I was talking to Ezemboko, we were looking at how have we come to the point where we have now sunken to the nadi of every kind of nonsense we're talking about. We are better than that.
Yes.
Even no matter what you are mentioning Kissinger from that angle, you should also mention what you said about the Igbos. We are a great people.
Yes.
Our people are supposed to be somewhere else, and we need to understand that.
But now, where we are, city boys. That's where we are.
Well, we're not discussing. I don't want to discuss those ones. We are here. We are in Enugu. I am an Enugu boy. So we are here in Enugu. We are doing our best. We are doing our best. So having said that, it is left for the viewer to apply himself or herself to value addition, to the principles of working very hard, to the principles of looking out for opportunity and making use of the opportunity. Our people are still doing well. That's why when we go out, we are the best footballers, we are the best dancers, we are the best musicians, we are the best in everything, because God created us and gave us strong DNA, and we can still do better than we are doing. The future is bright. I'm not associating myself with you saying that the world is just beginning. It is world without end. It is world without.
You don't believe the world will come to an
No,
end.
there is world without end.
Why are the world started ending in Nigeria before it ends?
It is world without.
Just know that the end is near.
The end of everybody comes. No, the end comes for every man. He said that the Bible says that it will come to every man where now and then. But the world goes without end. The world will only end, at least I learned it in my year one at Osuka, 1980 GS. They said the world will end in millions of years to come when the sun will stop giving light. And we are still not millions of years close to the end of the sunlight. Yes. So, and mankind has even created their own sun.
That would be a topic for another day.
That will be so. Please do not pray. Don't think that the world is coming to an end now. The world is only beginning. It is what without end. Go and work hard and live well. So with that, we say, by the grace of God, we are going to see next time. So I want to thank Pastor. I want to thank Ezenwoka. I want to thank my brother Gabriel, because sometimes I like calling him Gabriel. Yeah. So with that, we say thank you and happy Easter.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
In a nation defined by diversity and potential, the question remains, what kind of leadership will guide Nigeria into the future? Across government, business, media and civil society, one principle has emerged as non-negotiable ethical leadership. Globally, leaders like Germany's Angela Merkel and New Zealand's Jacinda Ardern demonstrate that integrity and empathy are more than virtues. There are instruments of trust and stability. Merkel's pragmatic management of economic crisis and Ardern's compassionate yet decisive responses to national emergencies highlight the value of principled governance. Nigeria's lesson is clear. Citizens, fellow leaders who are consistent, transparent and accountable. In the private sector, ethical leadership drives success. Companies like Patagonia, with its environmental stewardship, and Microsoft, committed to data privacy, prove that profits and integrity can coexist. Nigerian businesses can learn from these models, prioritizing transparency, fair employee treatment, and community engagement to strengthen both the economy and public confidence. Religious and civic institutions also hold enormous influence. In Sweden, faith-based organizations collaborate with governments on social welfare while respecting secular governance. In Nigeria, religious leaders can guide communities through ethical engagement, promoting peace, civic responsibility, and financial transparency. The media serves as the nation's ethical compass. From Watergate in the United States to anti-corruption investigations in South Korea, responsible journalism exposes abuse of power and strengthens accountability. Nigerian media, by upholding truth and resisting political pressures, can elevate public discourse and encourage ethical governance. Youth and civil society movements around the world illustrate the power of principled activism. Evidence-based campaigns in Kenya, climate initiative in Europe, grassroots civic actions globally show that organized engagement reinforces accountability. In Nigeria, young people and NGOs can champion ethical leadership through advocacy, civic education, and constructive participation. The path forward is practical and systemic. Transparent public finance, digitized services, whistleblower protections, merit-based appointments, and civic education are all critical. Ethical leadership must be embedded in institutions, daily operations, and individual conduct. When leaders govern with integrity, businesses act responsibly, institutions foster unity, and citizens uphold civic duty, the Nigeria's potential becomes tangible. Ethical leadership is not just a moral ideal, it is a strategic roadmap to progress, cohesion, and sustainable development.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.